So good evening, friends. We'll be starting in few moments.
Namaskar, sir. Good evening, sir. Now you are live at both the Facebook page as well as on the YouTube page of AYUSH DARPAN. Welcome to all of you in this new international webinar on the topic Ayurvedic food concept during pandemic. So I welcome to all of you on the AYUSH DARPAN Journal platform. And as I am just introducing you, you are now live at the 40,000 students and doctors who is present in the AYUSH DARPAN Journal page, Facebook page, as well as 10,000, approximately 10,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel of the AYUSH DARPAN. So in this program, I just made it the co-host as Nadi Guru Acharya Sanjay Chajir and Dr. Shilpa Yerame. So if they have also a control on this program at the Zoom, so I would like to request Acharya Nadi Guru Dr. Sanjay Chajir sir to continue the program. Now you are the co-host of this program. So if there is any technical problem, you can manage it, control it through your Zoom. And as well as in alternate, I just made it Dr. Shilpa Yerme as the alternate co-host of this program also. So, sir, let's proceed.
Naganugan satanusaktan asheshakala prasrutan sheshan autsukya moha ratijan janghan yopurva vaidhyay namostu tasmai yopurva vaidhyay namostu tasmai yopurva vaidhyay namostu tasmai. I am thankful to Ramkrishna Shah sir, Ayush Darpan Foundation, Naveen Joshi ji, for initiating the entire process of discussion on something very new, very neglected topic of Ayurveda, and which is the most essential and fundamentally most important topic for the Ayurvedic therapeutics. Unfortunately, the food, which is the prime part of Ayurvedic concept of medicaments and treatment plans, is seems to be have lost its glory and its importance in this recent era. When this pandemic of COVID-19, the novel coronavirus 2, has started, thereafter, there are hundreds and hundreds of webinars being conducted about the therapeutics and lifestyle modifications required to restrict the spread of this pandemic and to treat the various aspects of this disease. But unfortunately, nobody, nowhere across the globe seems to have spoken about the topic, which can be of prime importance, because if our food is right, our immunity is going to be right, and we are going to be less perceptive to this disease. So, when Dr. Shah, the president, World Health University, and the UN representative, has asked me to deal with something very important and which has not been discussed. The point came to my mind was the food, and I discussed with Naveen sir, and then we both agreed upon this particular aspect of therapeutics which has been lost, which need to be discussed. And then we've identified few experts across India and outside India and requested them to provide their views on this very subject. May I request the person behind this concept, Ms. Dr. Ramkrishna Shah sir, to inaugurate with his thoughts on the food as a therapeutic effect. Ramkrishna Shah sir, please.
Uh, Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning also, because tomorrow today here morning time. So सबसे पहले तो आप लोगों को जितने भी हमारे गुरु वर्ग हैं, सभी को हम कोटि कोटि प्रणाम करते हैं। और खास करके हमारे संजय सर हैं, एक बहुत बड़ा विद्वान है, हमारे नवीन भाई हैं। ये बहुत जो है समय से, कालांतर से, बहुत जमाना से ये जो है आयुष दर्पण के थ्रू अपना जो है लोगों को ज्ञान बांट रहे हैं। तो हम संजय डॉक्टर संजय सर को बहुत बहुत कोटि कोटि प्रणाम करते हैं, क्योंकि ये वो प्रतिभा है जो अभी लोगों में जो समस्या देखा गया है उनको बारे में वो हमेशा मनन करते हैं, चिंतन करते हैं। अब हम थोड़ा सा फूड पर जाते हैं, और जितने गुरु वर्ग हैं, अभी तो यहाँ बहुत सारे गुरु वर्ग हैं, तो सबका नाम तो हम नहीं ले सकते हैं, तो फिर भी सभी को मेरी तरफ से आप प्रणाम समझे। और मैं यूएन में हूँ, WHO में भी हूँ और स्टेट में भी हूँ, यहाँ स्टेट के काउंसिल मेंबर भी हूँ, और बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जुड़े भी हैं, आयुष दर्पण में भी हैं। तो हमने क्या देखा अभी तक कि हम लोग अपना समस्या अपने ही क्रिएट करते हैं। अभी जो है, अभी संसार की रूपरेखा देखा जाए तो 2,70,00,000 से ज्यादा लोग कोरोना वायरस से ग्रसित हैं, और जिसमें 1,92,00,000 लोग जो है ठीक भी हुआ है। तो ये जो जितने ठीक हुए हैं उसमें फूड का बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव पड़ा है। अब हमारे देश में जाएं, नेपाल में जाएं, हम नेपाल से हैं और अभी अमेरिका के हो गए हैं सिटीजन, तो अभी नेपाल में जाए ऐसे लोग भी हैं जिसको खाने के लिए तरस रहा है, जिसके पास पैसा भी नहीं है, और वो लोग जो है उन लोगों का मृत्यु दर बढ़ गया। इंडिया में लिया जाए, इंडिया की भी यही हालत है। मतलब साउथ एशिया कंट्री में बांग्लादेश, पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान ऐसे कंट्री हैं जहां पर ये फूड का समस्या बहुत है। और दूसरी बात यह है कि हम लोग जो है अपना को सुधार नहीं कर पाए हैं। हम लोग फूड पर अभी कोई ऐसा नहीं कर पाए हैं। हम लोग आज से करीब 10 साल 14 साल पहले की बात है, नेपाल गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से हम लोग ये फूड अभियान चलाए।
सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
हेलो।
हाँ सर आ रही।
हेलो।
हाँ आई।
हाँ, तो 10 साल पहले हम लोग ने करीब 93 से लेके 2006 तक हम लोग में नेपाल में न्यूट्रिशन प्रोग्राम चलाए, और न्यूट्रिशन प्रोग्राम के फलस्वरूप आज हम लोग अमेरिका में हैं। तो मेरा एक ही है कहना सभी लोगों से, जो अभी हमें फूड, चाहे आयुर्वेदिक फूड बोले, चाहे न्यूट्रिशन फूड बोले, चाहे मेडिकल न्यूट्रिशन बोले, जो भी हो, सबका जो है जड़ एक ही है। उसमें क्या है कि हम लोग को अपना परहेज करना है। फूड पे भी हम लोग देखना है। पहले के जमाना में लोगों बीमार कम होते थे, आज के दौर में बीमार बहुत है। इसमें जो है एक देखा क्या गया है कि हम लोग अपना खाना को, आहार को ठीक से प्रयोग नहीं करते हैं, और प्रयोग भी करते हैं तो अपना फैशन समझ के प्रयोग करते हैं। जैसे कोल्ड फूड, हम लोग बहुत ही इंटरेस्ट के साथ यदि किसी पार्टी में जाए तो वहां पर कोल्ड फूड नहीं हो तो कहता है कि ये पार्टी अच्छा नहीं है। किसी पार्टी में जाए और वहां पर जंक फूड नहीं है, चॉकलेट और आइसक्रीम वगैरह नहीं है, तो हम लोग क्या समझते हैं, ये पार्टी जो है बहुत घटिया है। इसी तरह किसी पार्टी में हम लोग जाते हैं और वहां पर अल्कोहल और कोई टोबैको का जो है प्रोडक्ट नहीं हो, सिगरेट नहीं हो, तो हम लोग क्या समझते हैं, ये पार्टी उतना अच्छा नहीं है। और इसके फलस्वरूप हम लोग जो है आज बहुत सारे बीमारी में हम लोग ग्रसित होने जा रहे हैं। हमें देखना चाहिए कि हमारे शरीर का, हमारे हम किस पे आधारित हैं। हमारा आधार ही, हमारा बैकबोन ही, हमारे लाइफ का बैकबोन ही वो जो है न्यूट्रिशन है, आहार है। और आयुर्वेदिक आहार जिसे हम यदि सही ढंग से यदि हम आहार प्रयोग करते हैं तो हमारा मोर्टालिटी, हमारे मोर्बिडिटी, और हमारे साथ जो अभी जो देखते हैं कि हर हम इंडिया में जाएं, नेपाल में जाएं, साउथ एशिया में जाएं, हर एक 20 दिन में लोग बीमार होता है। कारण क्या? उसका जो है मोर्बिडिटी पावर कम हो गया है और बहुत मर रहा है। कई लोग जो है सो मोर्टालिटी हाई है। अभी साउथ एशिया की बात कर रहे हैं तो नेपाल, इंडिया, पाकिस्तान, बांग्लादेश, अफगानिस्तान में मोर्टालिटी हाई है। तो ये सब घटाने के लिए हमें क्या करना चाहिए? आहार पर जोर देना चाहिए। आज हमारे देश में साउथ एशिया में मेंटल रिटार्डेशन का भी बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। बहुत ऐसा है कि लोग जो है कि कुपोषित है। यदि देखा जाए तो वर्ल्ड के रिकॉर्ड में साउथ एशिया सबसे आगे है। तो ये सब को भी हमें ध्यान देना चाहिए। और हमें यदि आहार की बात किया जा सकता है तो हमें क्या है कि हमें देखना चाहिए कि हम जो भी आहार यूज करते हैं वो फ्रेश करें। जो भी आहार प्रयोग करते हैं उसमें हम लोग कुछ मिला के खाएं, जैसे हुआ गार्लिक, जिंजर, ओनियन, टर्मरिक। ये जो है हमारे रोग में जो है इम्यून पैदा करता है। तो इसीलिए हम तो उतना नहीं जानते हैं। हमारे इसमें बहुत सर लोग हैं, बैठे हुए हैं, विशेषज्ञ लोग हैं, और सर लोग बहुत इसको विस्तृत रूप से कहेंगे। तो हम फिर हमारे गुरु संजय सर को, जो ये प्रोग्राम का आज होस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोग्राम के बहुत बड़े जो है उनका देन है। और हमारे नवीन जोशी भाई जो ये प्रोग्राम में निरंतर लगे हुए हैं, और जितने भी हमारे सर लोग हैं सबको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम करते हुए, कहना तो बहुत कुछ था, लेकिन कुछ ऐसी बात है जो नहीं कहने से भी हम लोग समझ जाते हैं। सबको मालूम है कि हम क्यों मर रहे हैं, सबको मालूम है कि हम क्यों बीमार हैं, लेकिन जानते हुए भी हम लोग वही कर रहे हैं जो हमें नहीं करना चाहिए। हम लोग जो है जानते हैं कि हम लोग को एक्सरसाइज करना चाहिए, हम लोग एक्सरसाइज नहीं करते हैं। जानते हैं कि हम लोग को ताजा खाना चाहिए, फ्रेश खाना चाहिए, हम लोग खाते नहीं हैं। हम लोग हमेशा क्या करते हैं, कैप्सूल पर टिके हुए हैं। आप एक विटामिन का कैप्सूल खाते हैं तो आपको जिस विटामिन का कैप्सूल खाएंगे वही विटामिन आपको मिलेगा। लेकिन यदि आप हरा साग सब्जी खाएंगे तो आपको तमाम विटामिन, फैट और मिनरल और सारा चीज आपको मिलेगा। लेकिन हम लोग क्या करते हैं, वो खाते नहीं। हम लोग चाहते हैं कि डॉक्टर नहीं जाते, डॉक्टर साहब हमें तो लगता है कि विटामिन और जो है कुछ विटामिन लिख दीजिए, और डॉक्टर सब भी वही करते हैं। और हमारे मुल्क में अभी देखा जाए कि नेपाल में, इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा लोग कहीं भी कुछ होता है तो कहते हैं हमको थोड़ा कमजोरी हो रहा है, विटामिन दे दीजिए, लिख दीजिए। लेकिन उसको मालूम नहीं है कि विटामिन ज्यादा खाने से हाइपर विटामिनोसिस होता है, और जिसके कारण भी लोग मरता है। बहुत सारे केस हैं जो हाइपर विटामिनोसिस हो के बाद भी उसका भी मृत्यु दर हुआ है। तो ये सब हम लोग जानते नहीं। इसीलिए हम लोगों को चाहिए पहले अपना को पहचाने, फिर खाना को पहचाने जो हम लोग खा रहे हैं। हम अपना को सभी चीज में चेंज किए हैं, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा हम लोग अपना को चेंज किए हैं, हम लोग अपने को चेंज किए हैं आहार में। तो उस आहार को आप लोग चेंज करें। और हम लोग सभी से कहते हैं कि एक कहावत है कि जब तक हम लोग, जितने भी अभी देखा गया है वर्ल्ड में, सबसे विकृति डॉक्टर लोगों में ही पाया गया है। आज आप देखिए कहीं भी डॉक्टर, संसार में डॉक्टर को देखिए, वही सबसे ज्यादा शराब पीता है, वही सबसे ज्यादा सिगरेट पीता है, वही सबसे ज्यादा जंक फूड खाता है। बच्चों को बोलता है जाओ बेटा 2 पैकेट जो है सो लेके आओ फास्ट फूड। तो डॉक्टर लोगों ही ये जो है पद्धति को, हम डॉक्टर हैं, हम भी जो है सो न्यूट्रिशन में पीएचडी किए हैं, और हमारे मुल्क में बीटा कैरोटीन में पीएचडी करने वाले पहला हम ही थे, और अभी भी यूएन में ही। तो लोग यूएन में भी हम जो आपके हेल्थ सेक्टर हैं उसको, हम लोग साउथ एशिया को हेल्थ सेक्टर को देख रहे हैं। तो क्या होता है कि आदमी यही समझता है कि हम आज आप लोग के सामने में हिंदी में इसलिए बोल रहे हैं कि यदि हम लोग हिंदी में बोलते हैं तो आपके नेपाल, इंडिया, बांग्लादेश, भूटान सभी के लोग समझेंगे और विदेश के सभी लोग जानेंगे। लेकिन हम लोग क्या करते हैं, अपना हर टेक्निक को चेंज कर दिए हैं। हम लोग इतना मॉडर्नाइज हो गए हैं कि हम लोग लैंग्वेज को भी हम जिस कंट्री से हैं वो कंट्री का लैंग्वेज भी हम लोग नहीं जानते हैं। तो इसीलिए हम आप लोगों के सामने आज हम इसलिए हिंदी में बोल रहे हैं कि बहुत लोगों को आया है सुझाव कि सर आप लोग इंग्लिश में बोलते हैं, हम लोग कुछ समझते ही नहीं है। तो इसीलिए हम लोग जो आज हिंदी में बोलते हैं तो क्या होगा, जो भी हो, हमारे ऐसा नहीं है कि संसार में जितने भी साउथ एशिया के लोग हैं, जिस कंट्री में है शायद वो हिंदी जानता ही हो, क्योंकि मूवी सब देखता है। हम नेपाल के हैं, हम हिंदी नहीं जानते, लेकिन हम हिंदी में बोलते हैं, बोले आपको सामने जैसा भी हो, लेकिन हम अपना दिल की बात रख सकते हैं। लेकिन आप वही बात इंग्लिश में बोलते हैं तो दिल की बात आप अपने तक रखते हैं, दूसरों तक नहीं जा पाता है। तो हम ऑर्गेनाइजर लोगों से बोलेंगे और जो बड़े बड़े जो साइंटिस्ट डॉक्टर सब हैं, आने वाले दिन में इसको थोड़ा सा विचार करें कि ऐसा बोलें ताकि सभी के नजीक में दिल में पहुंचाए। हमें किसको बचाना है, वो लोग जिसको जो अभी बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है वर्ल्ड भर में। तो इस पर भी आप लोग थोड़ा अन्यथा नहीं कीजिएगा कि ये हिंदी में बोला ऐसा, क्योंकि इसमें बहुत सारे देश के लोग हैं, अमेरिका के हैं, सब कंट्री के हैं, तो वो लोग अन्यथा नहीं लीजिएगा। भाषा एक हमारी माँ होता है, चाहे वो हिंदी हो, चाहे वो नेपाली हो, चाहे इंग्लिश हो, और माँ को हमें कदर करना चाहिए। इसीलिए हम जो है आप लोगों के सामने में हिंदी में बोले हैं, इसको आप लोग अन्यथा नहीं लेंगे। और दूसरी बात यह है कि जो ये विपत्ति का घड़ी है, हमको नहीं लगता है कि फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वार, सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वार के बाद ये तीसरा वर्ल्ड वार चल रहा है, जिसको बिना गोली से आदमी मरता है, बिना बंदूक से आदमी मर रहा है। ये वर्ल्ड वार है, थर्ड वर्ल्ड वार है चल रहा है। ये लोग हमेशा बंदूक बनाने के, एटम बम बनाने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा था, लेकिन कभी नहीं सोच रहा था कि हम हेल्थ सेक्टर को मजबूत बनाएं। आज उसी का फल अमेरिका भोग रहा है, आज उसी का फल यूरोप भोग रहा है, आज उसी का फल हर कंट्री के लोग सब भोग रहे हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें ये मालूम नहीं है था कि हम लोग कभी कोरोना वायरस जैसा भी महामारी हमारे पास आएगा। और आज तो लोग मुंह बंद करके चल रहे हैं, कल ऐसा होगा, हमको लगता है कि 2 साल 3 साल अब आने वाले जनरेशन में ये मुंह बंद करके ही हम लोग को चलना पड़ेगा जैसा लग रहा है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से रोग फैल रहा है और जिस तरह से हम लोग अपना हैबिट को बदल रहे हैं, हम लोग अपना हैबिट को कभी नहीं सुधार रहे हैं। हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, पीछे मुड़ के नहीं देखते हैं। पीछे मुड़ के जब हम देखेंगे कि हमारे ऋषि मुनि, हमारे खान पीन जो पहले के जमाना में कैसा था, वो हम लोग देखेंगे तो हमें जरूर याद होगा, जरूर हमें कोई दवा की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगा, हमें अस्पताल चाहिए। हम हमेशा बोलते हैं, हम लोग बोलते हैं कि हमें अस्पताल दीजिए। हम ये नहीं कहते हैं कि हमें अस्पताल नहीं, हमें स्वस्थ रहना है। आप किसी इंडिया में या किसी साउथ एशिया में जाओ, वहाँ के लोग कहेंगे हमारे गांव में अस्पताल दे दीजिए, यहाँ वैसा है वैसा। लेकिन हम लोग स्वस्थ जैसे हम लोग हेल्दी रहेंगे, इसके बारे में कभी नहीं सोचते हैं। तो आपका जिंदगी, हमारा जिंदगी और सभी का जिंदगी अपने ही हाथ में है। हम लोग अपने ही अपना जिंदगी को सुधार सकते हैं। तो हम आप सभी लोगों से फिर कोटि कोटि प्रणाम करते हुए, और सर बिग लोग हैं, हम तो थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में नहीं बतला सके हैं, तो आप लोग बतलाएंगे और हम आप लोगों की बात जो है पूरा सुनेंगे। और ऑर्गेनाइजर टीम को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जो हमें आज इस तरह का सौभाग्य दिए 2 शब्द बोलने के लिए। और हम बोले, हम लोग नेता तो नहीं है, लेकिन हम लोग नेता बनते जा रहे हैं। हमारे डॉक्टर लोग भी अब नेता बन रहा है, क्योंकि इतना 2-2 घंटा 4-4 घंटा लेक्चर देता है, लेकिन वो लेक्चर से नहीं होता है। उतना 4 घंटा 5 घंटा आप लेक्चर देते हैं, उसका क्या है आपका, उससे आपको फायदा क्या हो रहा है, वो हमें देखना है। हम आज एक तो कॉन्फ्रेंस हम देखे थे हमारे नेपाल में, 10 घंटा चला हमारे गवर्नमेंट का कॉन्फ्रेंस। तो हमको रखा गया वहां पे, हम पूछा तो कहे 10 घंटा तो आप अपने भी परेशान हैं और सुनने वाले को परेशान परेशान कर रखे हैं और इंटरनेट वाले को भी परेशान कर रखे हैं। आप कम समय में ज्यादा ज्ञान दें, वही अच्छा है। तो आप लोगों से और सभी से फिर पुनः विदा लेते हुए आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आप लोग, बहुत खुशी की बात है कि इस अवस्था में भी हम लोग एकजुट होके अपना विचार एक दूसरों से शेयर कर रहे हैं। नमस्कार। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद शाह साहब, आपका स्वास्थ्य खराब होते हुए भी आप यहाँ उपस्थित रहे, हमें इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करने में जो आपने वचन कहा है वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। हमें ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि क्या हम आहार लेते हैं, किस तरीके से आहार लेते हैं, क्या वो हमें ठीक रखता है। हमें स्वस्थ रखना, स्वस्थ रहना ही पहली प्रायोरिटी होनी चाहिए, जो आयुर्वेद का प्रयोजन भी है, स्वस्थ से स्वास्थ्य रक्षणम च। और इसमें इसी कड़ी में अगर एक बात और आगे हम ले जावे तो शास्त्र यही कहता है, धी द्रुति स्मृति विभ्रष्टानाम कर्म यत् करुते अशुभम प्रज्ञापारादम तम विद्यात रोगारोगैक कारणम। अगर रोग और आरोग का एक ही कारण अगर कोई है तो वो है प्रज्ञापराध, और प्रज्ञापराध वो है धी द्रुति और स्मृति के विभ्रंश के कारण से हमारी इंद्रियों के द्वारा। इसलिए हमारी धी द्रुति और स्मृति विभ्रष्ट कैसे होती है, जिसमें हम आहार में क्या बदलाव करते हैं, यही जानना आज के इस कार्यक्रम का हेतु है। भले ये कार्यक्रम थोड़ा दीर्घावस्था का है, 2-3 घंटे 3 घंटे के थोड़ा सा ऊपर ही चलेगा, परंतु मैं ये खातिरपूर्वक आपको कह सकता हूं कि आज के हमारे जो विद्वान साथी यहाँ पर हमसे बात करने वाले हैं, उनसे आप निश्चित रूप में वो ज्ञान पाएंगे जो आप एक बिल्कुल, जो हम कहते हैं कि नटशेल में आपको आयुर्वेद और आहार के बारे में इस तरीके की बात सुनने को मिलेगी जो शायद ही हमने इसके पहले कभी चर्चा की होगी। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं आज डॉक्टर अनुपमा जी को, जो स्वयं में आहार विषय में एक विशेषज्ञ है और बहुत सारा काम कम्युनिटी आहार के लिए, when she was working, when I was talking to her, she has very categorically told me that whatsoever we discuss should not remain with the discussion alone. It should go to the grassroots. It should be there available to the common man, which can maintain and which can help them to upgrade their health. Dr. Anupama ji, please, आपका मंच है, and I request you to give us all inputs. You can please unmute yourself and the entire audience is for you. Anupama ji, can you unmute please? You have to unmute, yeah.
Yeah.
You can share your screen.
Yeah. Oh, welcome. Thank you very much for the invitation. So can I proceed, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you are audible, madam.
Yeah. Okay. So welcome. Warm greetings from VPSC Ayurveda College, Kottakkal. Myself, Anupama Krishnan. Om Shri Dhanvantare Namaha. So friends, we are all aware of the gripping situation of the current ongoing pandemic, which has now become a global public health emergency. Beyond clinical management, there is a compelling need to expand public health activities and improve the health behavior at both the individual and the community level. Today's talk is dedicated to Ayurvedic's health concept, reliable management strategy. So what exactly is happening in the food behavior during a pandemic? The lockdown and the confinement have propagated irregular eating patterns, frequent snacking, which will eventually lead to diseases such as obesity. And subsequently, we also have inadequate nutrition and poor diet quality, which will be hampering the physical and mental health. Further, the dietary habits are deteriorated by the incruciating level of stress and emotional distress, which is a landmark of this pandemic. Now, since we know that nutritional status is considered as a genuine indicator of the resilience against destabilization, it would be simply logical to think that an optimum nutrition is worthwhile. Now, this topic is totally in consent with the concept of Yukti Jabala, the strength which is acquired by judicious diet, exercise, and regimen to tackle Janavadhamsa, the pandemic equivalent in Ayurveda. Now, interestingly, the current science of nutrition is focusing, or in fact engrossed in carbohydrates, fats, proteins, etc. But Ayurvedic concept is on diversified aspects of diets. Apart from dealing with quality, quantity, portion size, source, and processing method, Ayurveda also talks about the rationale of combination of food articles, the emotional, physiological aspects of the consumer. The gross level of geographical variation and environmental conditions are also taken into account while doing a food prescription. So the aspect of Ayurvedic food concept is based on health promotion and disease prevention. Now, coming to the Ayurvedic perspective of universe is composed of 5 basic elements, which also include and the food. Now, the Mahabhuta are the earth, water, fire, air, and space. Now, they are further grouped dosha, whereby the Vada is a combination of space and air, Pitta is a combination of fire and water, and Kapha is a combination of water and earth. Now, the entire fabric of cellular, metabolic, somatic processes, the biological, physiological rhythm, the pathological processes, and seasonal variations in Ayurveda are understood in terms of mere combinations or permutations of Pancha Mahabhuta and Tridosha. So it's very simple. If we balance the diet, it is going to balance the Tridosha, and that would maintain the homeostasis of the body. Now, this forms the basis of Ayurvedic prophylactic, preventive, and clinical nutrition. Ayurveda portrays the entire human body as a product of nutrition. The Sanskrit synonym of the human body, namely Kaya, Sharira, and Deha, in fact, stand for the nutrition dynamics. Every food article, every food behavior is either dosha aggravating or dosha pacifying or dosha balancing. So, Ayurveda advocates for a combination of diet which would balance Tridosha. The idea is balanced dosha through food, because Tridosha balance or equilibrium is health, whereas a disequilibrium of Tridosha would get disease. Now, coming to the importance of Ahara in Ayurveda. Ahara or food is considered as Mahabhaishajya, or the revered, greatest medicine with a revered position. It is the best among the sustainers of life. It is the first among the 3 sub-pillars of life, the Trayopastamba. The other 2 being proper sleep and conducive sexual behavior. The importance of health depending on food is so important and so intense in Ayurveda that while detailing the features of health, that is the Arogya Lakshana, the description starts itself with the desire to take food, the proper digestion of the ingested food, as well as assimilation. Now, domain ranging from longevity, strength, intelligence, nourishment to the subtle level of complexion and voice is also conditioned by Ahara. Now, conducive, wholesome food will yield health, and the non-conducive food would, of course, yield disease. It is so important to have a wholesome food that if it is given, then there is no need to give a separate medicinal treatment, whereas an unwholesome food, if permitted in treatment, well then the treatment stands nullified. Atharva Veda quotes, Tvam odanam prashihi, toam odana idi. You shall eat food, or the food shall eat you. So that is the demarcation between proper and improper food. Now, if we consider the optimum management of quantity, time, mode of cooking, habitat, constitution, body at the macrocosmic level and the environment at the microcosmic level, we see that the Achetana Ahara is contributing to the Chetana Sharira. And this impact of wholesome food is experienced and understood as pathyam or conduciveness, which would eventually benefit the body, the mind, and the intellect. It will keep the person healthy. It will be well relished by the person. it will prevent diseases. So we can see that it is actually a win-win situation where something which is hitam or good for the person is also become ishtam or liked by the person and desired by the person, priyam. So this alignment of ishtam, priyam and hitam comes in the context of pathya. Now, Ayurveda also talks about the subtleness in the relationship between food and mind. Here, the purity of food influences the purity of mind. The different types and textures of food is known to induce varying states of mind. It can be the contented, happy, healthful state of sattva, the excited yet agonizing, painful situation of rajas, the lethargic, delusioned, as well as the arrogant state, ignorant state of tamas. Nevertheless, the state of mind also influences food consumption. Now, the basic food categorization is Ayurveda is based on source, method of preparation and utility, comprising of both cooked and uncooked items. It has pulses, meat, vegetables, fruits, salads, fermented drinks, water, milk and sugarcane products, etc. There are many classifications. I've just quoted a few. Based on forms of consumption, it is eatables, lickable, drinkable, masticables. Now, this is interesting classification because the diseases are described to be caused in the body by consuming food in this fourfold pattern. Now, coming to the energy, the nutrition dynamics, Agni is the supreme energy that drives the metabolic processes in the body, and it is a pivot around which the entire digestive system revolves. So optimum Agni is mandatory for optimum digestion. Among the three stages of the digestive system, the gross form occurs in the gastrointestinal tract, and it is initiated by the Jadragni. The tissue metabolism is carried out by the Dhatu Agni at the tissue level, and the micronutrition or microdigestion occurs at the cellular level by virtue of Bhuta Agni, which is the digestive fire of the Panchamahabhuta. Now, coming to the influence of Prakriti. Now, what is Prakriti? Prakriti in Ayurveda is a unique concept of Ayurveda, deals with the individual body constitution, which is an aggregate of unique physical, psychological, and physiological attributes. It is absolutely determinant of the effect of food on the system. Now, this particular knowledge that the food will interfere with an organism's physiome is the base of the Prakriti-based food prescriptions and preferences. Now, Ayurveda also acknowledges the Shadrasa or the 6 tastes. They are the Mathura, Amla, Lavana, Katu, Tikta, Kashaya. These tastes or the rasa are the gateways of food enjoyment, and they are assigned with particular qualities and functions. Ayurveda propagates of the 6 rasa and strongly discourages the excessive use of a single rasa. Now, come to the practical part of when to eat, how much to eat, what to eat, and how to eat. When to eat? Kala Bhojanam is answer. Timely food intake is directly proportional to health. So ideally, we are supposed to take 2 times a meal, 2 times daily, morning and evening, after the digestion of the previous meal. Now, how do we know the food has been digested? Yes, there are features to know that. Proper digestion can be understood by features of clear belching, genuine interest in taking food, lightness of the body, and hunger. One should not take food within 3 hours of previous intake of food. One should also not fast more than 6 hours. And one has the liberty to take food if he is genuinely hungry, in spite of all these rules. How much should one eat? The amount of food to be consumed is basically determined by the Agni Bala or the digestive capacity. The sole reason being all diseases are in dull digestive ability. Roga sarve api mandagno. Now, the amount of food is also determined by the type of the food that we decide to eat, the energy yield depending upon occupation, stage of life, and the physical mental requirement. Whatever or how much ever we eat should give us relief from hunger. However, it should not cause excessive heaviness in the body. So ideally, Amita ahara, that is moderate consumption of food, where 1/4 of the stomach is left vacant, is advocated. Now, amount of food to be consumed is also influenced by ahara prakriti, or the inherent nature of the food substance. For example, black gram is heavy to digest, so it is guru, and green gram is easy to digest, it is lakhu. So a food item which is heavy to digest must be taken half of the quality, half of the stomach. However, the lakhu, the food item which is easy to digest, should not be taken in excess either. But there are instances that by virtue of samskara, we can convert a guru, that is heavily digestible food, can be converted into lakhu, or easily digestible food item. There would be discussions on the same topic. Now I come to the concept of nitya ahara, or the food that can be taken regularly according to Ayurveda. It comprises of rice, wheat, barley, grigam, snake gor, gooseberry, pomegranate, grapes, water, ghee, honey, etc. So this, as we can see, this elaborate list is but a blend of balanced alkaline diet, which can counter nutritional deficiencies, and it is also capable to decrease the susceptibility of the individuals to infection. Now, what not to eat? There has to be a very conscious effort to avoid viruddhahara, or the incompatible food items. Why? There would be sessions following on that. I would refrain from going into the technicalities. I would but insist that regular use of pipali, rock salt, and alkali is strictly prohibited in Ayurveda. The reason being, they lead to the derangement of the tridosha. They also cause premature graying and falling of hair and wrinkles in the skin. Further, it is not beneficial for the heart and eyes. So this is a very important topic which needs to be done as a study also on the epidemiological grounds. Now, how to eat? All these areas have been actually untouched and unexplored by many of us. Although we narrate these, they have been least covered, or they have been least scientifically explored, or maybe made into standard operative protocols. There is a very compelling need to do so. So I continue. How to eat? The prerequisites of having a very enjoyable meal, enhancing the digestive power, increasing the appetite, would be toothbrushing, scraping of the tongue, bathing, finding a proper place, good companionship, and of course, mindful eating, and equipped with accessories. Having a pinch of ginger and salt prior to the meal would be an excellent option to increase the appetite. Pardon. The order of consuming food is linked to the stages of digestion, whereby sweet is to be consumed in the beginning, followed by sour and salt in the middle, and towards the end, one can consume pungent, bitter, and astringent. Now, hard food items, according to Bhava Prakasha, can be consumed at the end of the meal with ghee. Now, one should follow the ahara vidhi, or the specific dietetic rules when consumes food. I will give you a description about water consumption. Drinking water before meal makes one lean, but after it's taken, it accounts for obesity. So what's a good option? Drinking water in the middle of meal neither accounts for obesity nor leanness. In the post-meal session, exercise, running, sleeping, bathing, immediate post-session or post-meal session is strictly prohibited in Ayurveda. However, walking and resting in the inclined position is advocated. How not to eat? Atyashana, take meal prior to the early taken food. Samashana, combination of suitable and unsuitable food. And Vishamashana, that is untimely erratic food patterns. Late night heavy dinners. These are the most prevalent forms of food behavior which are condemned in Ayurveda. Now, Dwadasha Ashana Pravicharam, this encompasses the principles of diet therapy. This is particularly a food description during a particular condition where we take into account a specific state of the dosha, the stage of the disease, the digestive capacity, and the time of the medicine. Now, the food profile comprises of food with cold property for Pitta Prakriti, excessive thirst, burning syndrome, alcoholism, etc. Food with warm property, that is Ushna Guna Ahara, for Kapha Prakriti, Panchakarma. Food with uncourteous property, that is Snigdha Ahara, for Vada Prakriti, emaciated person, person inflicted by excessive physical acts.
Yeah.
Ruksha Ahara, pardon me? Ruksha Ahara, for diabetes, obesity, and Kabaja constitution. The Drava Ahara, or the liquid diet, for the dehydrated, excessive thirst, and emaciated person. The Shushka Ahara, or the dry diet, for the diabetic person, the wounded person, and the skin diseases. Single diet in a day is meant for weak digestive capacity. Diet twice a day is meant for normal digestive capacity. The diet containing the medicine is for those who are less inclined to take medicine otherwise. Diet in small quantity, that is for those having weakened digestive capacity. Shamana Ahara, or the palliative diet, is also meant in accordance with the Tridosha consideration, the Ritu, and the Desha. The Samanya Ahara is meant for the healthy person. So, coming to the conclusion, understand that diet happens to be most important, the most subjected to restrictions, relaxations, controlled and contempt, yet it is a modifiable behavior. In the context of health promotion, disease cure, management, and health reinstallation, we talk about Ausha and Vihara, where the concept of Anna still remains unexplored. It has to be reinforced. I mean, that is the core theme of this session. And friends, I would like to conclude by saying the excellence of Ayurvedic food concepts is based on centuries old experiments and experience, and it's an process. And it also satisfies the baseline criteria for any form of food modification, namely being indigenous, palatability, health consciousness, cost effectiveness, user friendliness, acceptability, and availability. I am extremely grateful to my principal and my mentor, Dr. C.V. Jayadevan, Principal, VP at the College Kortikal, Dr. Sanjay ji, and Dr. Naveen sir, and my students, Dr. Shanas and Dr. Liti, who have helped me a lot. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Thank you. Stay safe, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anupama. You have really outlined the concept of Ayurvedic food across the texts available and its implication in day-to-day practice. And I'm sure that forthcoming speakers are going to elaborate point by point of this outline, spreading the details of the concept of Ayurvedic food, which can handle every disease, including the latest pandemic. Thank you very much once again, Anupama ji, and please convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Jaydevan for suggesting your name to us for this very excellent program. May I request now the co-host of this program, Dr. Shilpa, to be here with the audience to tell all of us what are those golden rules which are essential to be followed for therapeutic purposes and as well as for maintaining the health. जैसे रामकृष्ण सर ने कहा कि आज हम उस तत्व को भूलते जा रहे हैं जहां पर हम स्वास्थ्य रक्षण की बात करते हैं, तो स्वास्थ्य रक्षणार्थ जो नियम होने चाहिए आहार के, किस प्रकार से आहार का सेवन करें और उसे किस प्रकार से प्रयोग करें, इसके बारे में, और खास एक विशेषता, और वो आप शारीरिक क्रिया विज्ञान की प्रोफेसर है, सेठ गोविंद जी राम जी आयुर्वेद महाविद्यालय, महाराष्ट्र का एक पुराना आयुर्वेद महाविद्यालय, वहां पर क्रिया शारीर की प्रमुख है, आप हॉस्पिटल की प्रमुख है, और काफी सारी किताबें और एप्स जो हम आयुर्वेद के वैद्य कम बनाते हैं, उनके अपने कुछ एप्स है, और एक उसमें से मैं रेगुलर में इस्तेमाल करता हूं, प्रकृति परीक्षण का ऐप। और ये आज हमारे साथ बात करने वाली है प्रकृति में किस प्रकार से आहार ले जिससे हम स्वस्थ रह सके। शिल्पा जी प्लीज।
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are very much.
Thank you, Sanjay sir. All the respected dignitaries, Ayush Darpan team, organizers, respected Dr. Krishna Shah sir, Dr. Madan sir, Dr. Bhaswati madam, Dr. Koirala sir, Dr. Sanjay sir, Sadhana madam, Sabnis sir, all the dynamic personalities present over here. Thank you, organizers, for giving me a chance. Thank you, team. Now moving to my topic, Ayurveda dietary rules, Ahar Upayog Niyam, and food preferences according to Prakriti. Pranaha pranabhutanam annam loko bidhavayati. Varna prasadaha sausaryam jivitam pratibha sukham. When our acharyas wrote about the diet, they were living in the simple word, but now we can see how the world is polluted. Time changed and many issues need in consideration while addressing about the diet. I don't know how it goes within just 15 minutes, and let's start with my topic. The first rule of diet, I think the image speaks itself. Ushna Vashniyat, eat always a warm food, because that Ushna Ahar helps in our Agni, stimulates Jataragni, secretes digestive juices and nourishes our Indriya, and it also decreases the dosha. Really, everyone experienced this as on Sunday or during holiday. When we eat such type of warm, fresh food, it replenishes us, our Indriyas, our body, our मन. So, अन्न पर्याप्त मात्रा में गर्म एवं ताजा हो. The next rule is snigdham ashniyat. Eat some amount of moisture food, or this moisture food digest fastly, helps to pass flatus, it replenishes, nourishes body, strengthens special senses. It enhances the function of Agni, and snigdh ahar can be ingested easily. Enhances Vatanuloman and improves the movement of our gut, and overall it increases the strength of body. So खाने में पर्याप्त मात्रा में तेल, घी आदि स्निग्धता का प्रयोग करें. The next rule, matravat ashniyat. Eat calculated amount of food. Food should be eaten in adequate quantity, not excess or not in fewer amount. So such calculated amount maintains the physiological level of Vata, Pitta and Kapha dosha, and Agni can digest betterly. It passes the excreta smoothly. There are two types of food, sarvagraha and parigraha. जितना पचा सकते उतना ही खाए, ज्यादा ओवरईटिंग आप ना करें. The next rule is jirne ashniyat. Eat when previous meal is digested. If eaten before digestion, meal, fresh food is get into undigested food and leading to the dosha, vitiation of dosha, and there is a am nirmiti का ये कारण हो सकता है. If eaten when previous food is ingested, all dosha remains in physiological status, and bleaching is without any smell, and pressure over heart is reduced, and vata dosha is smoothly expelled when we eat empty ingestion of previous food. The next rule is Vira Virudashniya. Avoid opposite qualities of food in combination together. Two strong opposite qualities should be avoided. Such virud ahar generate diseases. I think nowadays we are taking much amount of this food, especially when we go in restaurants. We consume various type of food materials, स्निग्ध उष्ण जो भी आहार होता है उसे मिक्स करके बहुत ज्यादा मात्रा में खाते हैं. When two or more food having different taste, energy and post-digestive effects are combined, Agni can become overloaded, produce indigestion, fermentation, putrefaction, and gas formation. And if prolonged, can lead to toxemia and various type of diseases. The example, eating bananas with milk, a very much common example I am giving here. Milk with bananas can diminish Agni, change the intestinal flora, produces toxins, and may cause sinus congestion, cold, cough, and allergies. Although both foods have a sweet taste and a cooling energy, their post-digestive effect is very different. Bananas are sour while milk is sweet. विरुद्ध गुणधर्म के पदार्थ एक साथ ना खाएं. Ishta deshe, Ishta sarvopakarne. Avoid eating in bad places. So we prefer hoteling. At the end of weekly we go in restaurants to gain such type of Ishta deshe and Ishta sarvopakarne. One should not eat on bad, hideous places with improper cutleries. Always use clean, pleasant, fresh space dining for eating with proper utensils. Use appropriate utensils for cooking, serving. Example, don't put curd in copper bowl, use iron kadai for preparing vegetables. Don't eat in aluminum plates. Ayurveda has explained the properties of various bhojan patras like suvarna, rajat, tamra, bronze. किस पात्र में खाना चाहिए, किस पात्र में खाने से कैसे गुण प्राप्त होते हैं शरीर को. जैसे सुवर्ण पात्र में हम अगर खाना खाते हैं, so it definitely improves our digestive power and it strengthens our body. योग्य स्थान पर अन्न का ग्रहण करें. जो जिस समय जिस स्थान पर आप खाना खाते हैं वो स्थान पवित्र हो, शुद्ध हो. क्लीनलीनेस वहां पे इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. नाति द्रुतम, not eat very much fastly. Don't eat too fast. Eating very fast may cause choking, vomiting, insults food, and may develop disliking towards food. Improper digestion, and we cannot enjoy the taste, smell of that food. This is the most important thing. When we ingest food, we should enjoy it with the taste, smell of that food. अगर आप ज़्यादा मतलब जल्दी आप खाना खाते हो, तो you cannot enjoy the taste and smell of food. इस प्रकार खाने से भूख तो मिट जाएगी, किंतु शरीर और मन का प्रीणन नहीं होगा, पोषण भी नहीं होगा. एंड आयुर्वेदा emphasis on this शरीर मन प्रीणन. So we do not eat very fastly. नाति विलंबित. One should not eat very slowly. If one eats very slowly, he should not get satiety. He may eat more, food becomes stale, cold, taste, smell, properties destroyed. Secretion of digestive juices get impaired and appropriate digestion couldn't take place. ये शरीर को लाभदायी नहीं होगा. अजल्पन अहसन. One should not eat while taking or laugh while eat. ये तो बहुत ज़्यादा commonest thing है nowadays. Like our kids or people couldn't follow this rule. Laughing, talking while eating vitiates dosha. It may cause choking of food, hiccup. We cannot enjoy the qualities of food and we cannot control the quantity also. I think quantity also cannot be controlled. And what type of food we are consuming, we didn't get. Atmani samniksha bhojitam. I think this is the most important thing. One should eat for himself by appropriate manner. ये पिक्चर हमें दिखाता है जैसे हम पारंपरिक पद्धति से भोजन का सेवन करते हैं. तो इसमें आप देख रहे होंगे इस पिक्चर में it speaks so many things. लेकिन अभी तो ये बहुत कम ही हमें देखने मिलता है. इस तरह का भोजन हम कम ही करते हैं. One should eat by concentration, thinking what is good for health, which things are suitable. Eating should be ritual. We should do it in proper manner. प्रसन्न चित्त से किया हुआ भोजन शरीर को स्वास्थ्य प्रदान करता है. Now my next content, प्रकृति एवं आहार. प्रकृति शुक्र शोणित संयोगे यो भवेत दोष उत्कटः प्रकृति जायते तेन. शुक्र शोणित के समय जो दोष वहां पे उत्कट होता है उसी से प्रकृति बनती है. People with vata dosha should eat small quantity or small meals. Avoid combining too many different food. Allowing sufficient time to eat and chewing. This is the most important thing for vata people. Ensure that pre-existing digestive enzymes are released properly and making food easier to digest. Drink regularly and plenty of quantities of warm drinks. Meat should also be predominantly warm and vegetables should generally be cooked because sweet and warming dish help subdue vata. So vata people always eat cooked food instead of raw food. It will help in digestion properly and it does not vitiate vata dosha. I have given some examples of vata food here. What vata people should eat. They avoid the stimulating drinks. This include cola, coffee and black tea mostly. This is because they stimulate the human nervous system too much. And carbonated beverages should be avoided as far as possible too. So vata dosh ke liye zyada ye precaution, it is the most important precaution for vata dosha. Soups, curry, and sour is preferable for Vata dosha. Avoid too much fasting or diet eating. Warm, oily, static, slimy, hot, slow, soft, liquid are suitable for Vata types because they combat the air characteristics. Madhur, Amla, Lavan, Rasa should be preferred. Here I am giving some examples of food grain, foods, spices, what Vata people should eat. The Here is some example Vata daily meals. I have given a chart. What Vata people can prefer in meals: almonds, hot water. Vata people always prefer, as Vata is Ruksha Laghu Shita. So opposite Gunadharmas are required in their diet or in their food qualities. Soups, hot water, lemon, such type of food is preferable for Vata dosha. Now Pitta dosha. Pitta is Ushna, Tikshna. The Pitta person can be soothed by a predominantly vegetarian diet. Bitter vegetables are preferable. The food should not be too spicy, salty, or sour, rather cool in summer and winter. Cool water and the occasional use of stimulants like coffee, tea should be avoided. Foods that are dry, mild, cooling, grounding, stabilizing, and dense should be not taken. Madhur Tikta Kashaya Rasa should be used and avoid Katu Amla Lavan Ras. Avoid pickles, vinegar, chilies, bakery products, canned food, instant food grains, organic food materials. Avoid fasting too much. Fasting se pitta dosh badega. Preferable grains are like basmati rice, white or wild wheat, oats, jowar, moong, beans, asparagus, red gourd, spinach, lettuce, ghee, buttermilk, pineapple. Avoid corn, brown rice, spices, sesame oil. These are foods that are oily or having a very high protein, and it may differ in digestion or may be digested difficultly. Here I have given some examples what Pitta people can eat in meals. People with Kapha dosha need to stimulate their metabolism constantly. The golden rule for Kapha types: when eating is to consume less than you think you need to satisfy your hunger or appetite. Snacking between meals should be avoided, save from the odd exception. Kapha types do not need to drink too much water. However, drinks should be warm and can be sweetened with honey if desired. Feel free to use more spices such as chilies, mustard seeds, and turmeric in your cooking. Many kapha types do not have any appetite in the morning and can easily skip breakfast. Mandagni, what kapha persons are having a mandagni, so they can skip easily breakfast. A warm drink of lemon and honey water is perfect to stimulate the digestion and preparing it for the soothing. Cold water and frozen food should be avoided. Occasional fasting is good. Food should be dry, warm, light, and spicy. I have given a chart over here. Kapha daily meals. So the soups, dal, hot water with ginger can be preferred for kapha. Vata Pitta Kapha people. Vata person should eat best cooked grains, butter, dairy, nuts, cooked vegetables. And worst, raw salads, fruits, beans are worst for Vata people. Pitta people can eat raw salads, cooked grains, milk, seeds. They should avoid hot, spicy foods, sour foods, deep fried foods, fermented foods such as yogurt and vinegar. Kapha should take salads, cooked spicy food, some amount of corn flour, and they should avoid dairy products, meat, rice, and wheat because they are madhur in guna. So I must say, eat accordingly your Prakriti, Rutu, Desh, Kal, Avastha, and Van. Eat seasonal fruits, vegetables, cereals. Minimize use of instant food, snack food, chaat, oily foods. Eat 3 satisfying meals daily. Make dinner light and eat before 7 p.m. Exercise at least 3 days a week. Sleep well. Mental peace is the most important thing nowadays. We are facing such a mental stress due to various things. Yoga, pranayama are also needed nowadays. And I must say, during COVID-19 pandemic, eating healthy food remains an important for maintaining your health. Nutritious diet can be improve your immune system or help you fighting towards the symptoms. You may not be able to share meals with your friends and the near ones, but there are lots of other things to eat well and support your health at this difficult time. I think food is the great medicine. I am not going in the details in this topic because the topic may be repeated. So food is the great medicine and all living beings are sustained with food. There is nothing like food to a person life. There is no medicine than food available anywhere. Now I just throw light on the sattvic, rajasic and tamasic food, triguna and fuda just within 2 minutes, and I will conclude as my time is just 15 minutes. So according to Ayurveda, there are three gunas, sattvic, rajasic and tamasic. In Ayurveda, there is a saying that any food item which grows under the ground is tamasic in nature, and from the top of the tree or plants like leaves, flowers are sattvic in nature. सात्विक फूड जैसे ब्रह्मचर्य या रसायन की मात्रा या सदरुत को प्राप्त करने के लिए सात्विक आहार लेना जरूरी होता है. So sattvic food, what is sattvic food? Sattvic food provides calmness, purity, and it promotes the intelligence, strength, health, happiness, and delightness. Sattvic food items are fruits, vegetables, leaves, grapes, milk, honey, etc. And these items can be consumed as they can live on sattvic food for life. Sattvic food is usually grown in seasonal and locally grown. The foods grown under sattvic are vegetarian food without onion and garlic, non-refined cereals, milk and its derivatives, fruits and juices. So consumption of this sattvic food is mentioned in our Ayurveda Shastra. Now the Rajasic. Rajasic food is the mixture of hot, spicy and salty food. Items with pungent taste promotes negativity, passion and restlessness and high blood pressure. So I think this Rajas food nowadays we are taking too much. The food grouped under Rajasic are hot and spicy food, refined cereals, fried and junk food, meat and non-vegetarian food. Consumption of the above mentioned leads to increase in the cholesterol, hypertension, irritability. Nowadays we call the lifestyle disorders. And this may be due to the Rajasic and Tamasic food because it aggregates the sensibility, the jealousy, the anger, the delusion, the fantasies, and the egoism. So people who consume more are interested in this all, like position, prosperity, and power. Tamasic food. The food grouped under Tamasic are meat and other non-vegetarian food, tea, coffee, alcohol, tobacco, and stale food. And consumption of the above mentioned leads to the lack of concentration, sleeping disorder, anger, outburst, and acidity. So tamasic food in our body increases dullness, ignorance because it takes time for digestion. The person who eats only tamasic food is insensible, unable to deal with others in a balanced way. So, and this usually suffer from the conditions like heart diseases, diabetes, arthritis, and chronic fatigue. So thank you. I conclude. These are my some applications. Just now Sanjay sir told, just I have taken a small PPT. These are my books and Android applications on Charir Kriya. Thank you, organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpa.
Darpan team, thank you very much for giving me. I'm junior amongst all the dynamic personalities over here. Thank you very much, Sanjay sir. Thank you, Naveen sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa ji. It was really an explorative phenomena, how to eat and what to eat. I'm sure that as we progress further in this webinar, we'll be exploring more rules about how to maintain the health, the primary aspect of the Ayurveda with the food, and as well as what is its role in the therapeutics or the treatment modules. As Dr. Shilpa has categorically demonstrated one particular fact, that food is the best medicine. And now let me invite Dr. Mukund Sabnis, an obesity consultant of repute in India and abroad, a researcher by nature, a fantastic personality, and a very knowledgeable person on therapeutics. So I have requested him to speak about Ayurvedic dietetics in prevention and therapeutic use. May I request Dr. Mukund Sabnis sir to please unmute yourself and be with all of us.
So, good evening, everybody.
Good evening, good evening. You are very audible.
Hope you are hearing me.
Yes, yes, we do.
Yeah. So, thank you. And first of all, I thank Chajir sir, Naveen sir, to give me a chance to share my views regarding the Ayurved dietetics in this pandemic. So basically, I will be talking specially on how to manage this pandemic through Ayurveda. As we have gone through certain slides, everybody have elaborated this statement from Kashyap Samhita that food, no other drug is as effective as diet, and life or survival is impossible without food and possible without a drug. So definitely, if it comes to Ayurved, if it comes to Ayurved dietetics itself is a spatial management where we can manage majority of the things if we are really keen with it. I'm trying to explore how this dietetics works at a molecular level and how we should be serious while treating the patients with dietetics. Because when we tell certain diet controls to the patients, the diet controls are not taken as serious. When we read about Viruddha when we talk about Abhishandi diet, this Viruddha and Abhishandi Ahar, or the unwholesome diet, what we call, this is not actually registered to the community that why we are telling this Abhishandi Ahar and Viruddha or unwholesome diet. Until and unless it will be registered to the society, until and unless it will be registered to the common man, that particular combination of the food is not good, particular combination or particular food is Abhishandi or that can create certain problems into the metabolism of the body, nobody is going to follow. Last 30 years practicing with obesity, until and unless we tell them with a very high scientific vision, then only they will accept it. So there are many different granthas, different scripts regarding the importance of diet. That you can see on the slide that there are certain states, there are from Babel Samhita, there are many. So I'll not waste time in exploring this, but diet in pandemic is really very important. And when we talk about diet in pandemic, that overall diet in pandemic by general population and diet in pandemic for the people who are trapped into pandemic disease, and that too, those people who are on RT feed, for them also we definitely have, Ayurved definitely have an answer, and that what can be the answer for that we are going to see. So the key subjects which can be managed by Ayurved is the immunity through diet. Definitely those people who are having low immunity, they catch the infection very fast. So immunity through diet, and the most important thing is the controlling inflammation through diet. Diet according to the comorbidities of COVID-19, which has already been mentioned in Ayurved, and diet for symptomatic patients of COVID-19. So this is how we can classify the dietetics, Ayurved dietetics, when we manage this pandemic. So when we manage this pandemic, definitely as per Ayurved quotations or as per Ayurved theories, the most important thing is that is Agni. And whatever is the food we are consuming, whatever the ahar we are consuming, the first that diet goes through the portal vein to the liver, and all the metabolism of that diet, most of the diet takes place in the liver with the help of cytochrome enzymes. So the healthy adult liver contains large populations of the resident myeloid and lymphoid immune system, and the liver maintains the local organ and systemic homeostasis. That's very important. And this is the hepatic immune cell can induce robust pro-inflammatory response upon tissue damage or infection. That is very, very important. That whenever we go for a analysis or whenever we go for the investigations of this pandemic or viral fever, first of all, the first test we go for the CRP, which is a C-reactive protein, which is an acute phase reactant. It's a very sensitive test. And this C-reactive proteins are generated, this type of proteins are generated itself in liver. So the liver plays a central role in the sensing and response of the systemic inflammation. So excessive or dysregulatory inflammatory activity leads to the pathology associated with the autoimmune infection or malignant hepatic diseases. So when we talk about the pathogenesis of COVID-19, definitely this COVID-19 pathogenesis has been compared with the Jvara, which has been explained in Ayurveda very elaboratively. So I'm not going to spend time in explaining the sign and symptoms, but definitely Ayurveda has told that hita ahita ahara jatasya lakshanam. So samansheva sharir dhatun prakrutau sthapayati vishamansha samikaroti tadvittam vidhi viparitam taditam. So whatever food which is going to balance the situation into that particular disease and going to balance the metabolism, that diet is the wholesome diet for that particular avastha or for that particular condition of that disease. So jad annam deha dhatva oja bala varnadi poshakam tatra agnir hetur aharnam yat pakvatraya rasaha. It's very important that that diet which is going to maintain the agni, not only Jathar-agni, but if it is going to maintain agni at a Bhutagni level, at a Dhatva-agni level, and also at a Jathar-agni level, that only diet can be wholesome in such type of pandemic disorders. So only consumption of wholesome diet is not sufficient to keep away the disease. Factors other than consumption of wholesome diet food capable to produce disease, such as untimed practices and failure to use wisdom and non-compatibility of the five senses, that is Prajna Aparad or Viruddha Ahar or Abhishandi Ahar or Malina Ahar. So all such type of diets are also responsible apart from all these things. So Kasya Roga Prakrutaya Rasayanam Samyak Upanti Parusham Ashubha Bhenam Upadayanti. So ill effects of unhealthy practices usually visible after a long time. So for example, if I am consuming Viruddha Ahar from or Abhishandi Ahar from a very long period, I will be more prone for such disorders. So that is very important. Ahita Aharu Yugana Punna Karna Na Sadyo Doshan Bhavatya Upachara. That's very, very important. So Nahi Sarvanya Pathyani Tulya Doshani. So not all unhealthy practices capable of producing disease. Not all effects are of similar nature. So not all the bodies possess the immunity to resist the disease. So that's why the main thing what we have to control is to control the Agni, and just we have to maintain. The word immunoboosters here don't work actually. We have to go for immunomodulation. And here comes a very, very important statement from Charak that Sharirani cha ati sthulanya krushanya nivishta bounsa shonita sthani durbalyanya satmya aharopa chintanya alpahara alpasatvani. So they have categorized, already they have categorized the comorbidities of these things in the, I think it is in 28th chapter of Charak Sutrastan. And these are the 9 factors mentioned in Ayurveda which promotes body towards the incapability to resist the disease manifestation, that factors responsible for decreasing the immunity. So a patient who is obese or patient who is excessively emaciated person or person who is having individual having improper musculature, they may have a different diet into the pandemic. That's very important. So a simple, a common diet can't be advised as per the Ayurveda perspective, and this can be managed very, very nicely when the patient is admitted. So these are the comorbidities which are mentioned very clearly, and these comorbidities we also see that those people who are diabetic, who are cardiac patients, they are more prone for all these attacks of coronavirus. So severity of the ill effects varies from person to person. Type of unhealthy food, type of disease produced, and the physical status of the person affected, it depends on whether how is the immediately harmful. So these type of unhealthy food, type of disease produced, and the physical status of the person affected will decide whether the disease will be mild, that is mrudavo, darunaha, or shipra samutha shirakarishya bhavanti. So instantly harmful. So it depends on what type of comorbidities the patient is having. And then it comes to be, again in the same chapter, they have explained that Vyadhi Kshamatvam, Vyadhi Bala Virodhitvam, or Vyadhi Utpadaka Pratibandhatvam. So I'll not elaborate more on the immunity, but we have to see that basically we have to maintain immunity very perfectly by reading. See, immediately these medicines can have an impact on the innate immune system. Whatever the diet we are going to elaborate, that will definitely have an impact on the innate immunity. But the first and basic pathology of all this disease is inflammation, and whatever diet we are going to advise, that we have to see that will have an anti-inflammatory effect at a molecular level. And whatever diet has been proposed by Ayurved Acharyas, that diet is mainly an immunomodulatory or an anti-inflammatory effect. So what type of diet they have proposed? So sarva vikaranam apicha nigrahe hetu vyadhi viparita aushadam icchanti kushala tadarthakari. So langhanam svedanam kalo yavagbo stiktako rasaha pachanya vipakanam doshanam tarunam jore. So the first, if they have told that the person has to go for an absistence from food. We have worked a lot on the absistence of food, then Svedana sedation, then Kala, then Yavagu, food recipes, and then bitter tasting drugs. So all these then there is a hierarchy that first we have to go for Langhan. The impact of Langhan is very, very important in such type of pandemic disorders. So restricted food intake, feed a cold and sterile fever, fasting forces body to rely on its energy stores. So again, it has an impact on the glucose and glycogen levels. Then depletion of glycogen within 24 to 48 hours, body starts using amino acids and fat. So these type of diet, they are effective, very effective in such type of pandemics. So these fastings, and how to go for this fasting, that tadvi tesham pitam vatanul. Then second thing is they have proposed Koshna Jal. Very interesting is about Koshna Jal. When we talk about the Koshna Jal with the modern scientists, people say that, okay, we are giving sterile water to the patient. We are not talking about the sterile water. We are not heating the water to make it sterile. But we have a definite pharmacological impact of Koshna Jal. And the specific method has been explained in Sharangdar Samhita, how to prepare a Koshna Jal. And this Koshna Jal, they have explained, Charak has explained, Agnimcha udarayati, Kshipram jara gacchati, Sleshmanam parishoshayati, Swalpam apicha pitam, Krishna prashamayo kalpate. So whatever is observed in the hospitals, maybe in the ICUs also, whatever is observed, that water is kept into the AC compartment and that cold water is given to the patient. That will not have an impact, that will not stimulate the innate immune system. So basically, Kshipram Jara Agnimcha Udareti. So this Koshna Jal has a good impact on the Jatharagni of that particular patient. So Ushnenahi Daha Brahma Pralapa Atisara Buya Adivartate Shitane. So if it is going to be in excess, then we have to give cold water. Otherwise, we have to keep the patient till the Agni comes at a proper level. We have to keep the patients on Koshna Jal only. So Anavastita Dosham Agnir Langhanam Dosha Pachanam Jwaraganam Deepanam Kanksha Aruchi Laghava Karakam. So Anavastita Doshar Langhanam. So we have to first go for the Langhan itself. Everywhere Charak has explained that Langhan is very important. Langhanena Kshayam Nite Doshe Sandukshita Anile. Until and unless the Jatharagni has been properly working, not stimulated is not a very correct word, but it's properly working, then till then we have to give the patient, we have to keep the patient on fasting. Fasting doesn't mean here that we have to see the condition of the patient. Fasting doesn't mean here that we have to go for a complete fast. It depends. Even if you reduce the caloric intake or calorie restrictions are advised, then also it can come under fasting. And this fasting will be prana virodhinam cheva langhanem cha upadayete. So this is the importance of fasting, what they have told. And what is the practice to be followed? So restrain from overeating and stacking of stomach like packing bags, keep some part of stomach empty. That is very, very important. Now we can see that in the COVID centers where the patients are having mild symptoms, they eat full of the abdomen. That is not at all allowed. So restrain from taking curds, restrain from eating heavy food like fried food, sweets. That is very, very important. We have seen in the lockdown on the Facebook, on the Instagram, that people were putting and uploading many recipes in this pandemic, which is not actually advised by Ayurved. So this type of practices which are to be avoided is drinking of cold water, consumption of refrigerated or chilled food, eating stale food stored overnight, and eating reheated food. Tailam ghrutam cha panyam cha kashayam ganjanadikam shruta shita punastaptam tat sarvam vishavat bhave. That's very, very important. That reheating of the food. We are taking tiffin in the hospital, and in the hospital management, they are heating the tiffin in the ovens. And these oven-heated food that we are giving to and that can create more and more oxidation, leading to more and more increase in the pathology. So if you see the immunological structure of the liver, the low pressure blood supply is rich with harmless dietary and environmental antigens, as well as molecules from the microflora of the gut. Means whatever the food we are eating, the dietary and the environmental antigens are coming to the liver by the portal vein. And the liver must tolerate this immunogenic load while still providing immunosurveillance. Means on one side, we are eating food which is heavy to get digested. These dietary antigens are coming that are to be detoxified. And on the other side, the antigens which are getting created by the viruses, they are also to be detoxified, and that increases the load on liver. That's why we have to advise fasting. We have to keep our liver a little bit free, that no food should come to the liver, no heavy food should come to the liver, which is very heavy to get digested. So the organization allows the rapid exchange of molecules from the blood into hepatocyte and facilitates the removal of degradation of immunogenic molecules. So this detoxification of the blood from the gut protects the rest of the body from excessive immune activation and influences the unique immunological environment within the liver. That's very, very important. So these are some of the important functions. So fasting is to give rest or give some space to the liver to detoxify or to generate the antibodies against the antigens which are getting created by the viruses. So that is very, very important thing. So fasting again 48 to 70 promotes recycling of the damaged immune cells, allowing for the regeneration of the healthy ones, limits the supply of nutrients such as iron and zinc required for the infecting agents for growth and spread, and lack of appetite often accompanying an infection, a natural way to encourage your body to remove infected cells through a process known as cell apoptosis. So these are the very important findings, that fastings or intermittent fasting or low calorie or calorie restricted diet, which has shown to increase the lifespan, improve tolerance to variable metabolic stresses in the body. So this is a very important context. Then coming to the Ushnodak, we have already discussed about this, that Trishyate sa lalilam choshnam tadyat vata kapajvare madhyothe paitike chatham shitalam taiktika shrutam deepanam pachanam chaiva jiram yoragnam ubhyam hitat srotasam shodhanam balyam ruchisvedakaram. So this is the importance of Ushna Jal. So make it a point that each and every patient who is facing with this pandemic, they should consume Ushnodak only. Here again, Same Vate Pi Langanam, again and again, Sharat says that Langan is very important. It may be Vate Pi Langanam, it may be Kafejetu Langam, Nirame Pi Langanam Shasate, in every, it may be Vataj, it may be Kafaj, it may be Sannipatik, everywhere. Sama Pitta Jasutu Amakshayartha Langanam Shasate Eva. So everywhere you have to promote Langan, and then we have to give certain Javagu, you have to give certain Yush, which are again medicated with the help of Tiktaras. So Pachanam Shamanyam Va Kashayam Payayet Bishak Jvaritam Shadhe Ti Te Lagbannam Pratibhojanam. So for the first 6 days, we have to give the Payaye, the Bisham. So Paya is to be advised here. We will discuss it later on. So why we are promoting this type of Tiktaras Peya or Tiktaras Yivagu, yeah, that is also a very important thing. So respiratory epithelium, if you consider the ground glass opacities and the 4 main types of cells, that is ciliated cells, goblet, club cells, and airway vessel cells. Between ciliated cells, brush or tuft cells are located. Ciliated epithelial cell express a gamut of receptors, including bitter. There are abundant bitter taste receptors on the epithelium of the ciliated cells, goblet cells, club cells. So they are very efficient to attract the sweet taste, whatever we are promoting through the Peya or Vilepi. So that is again a very important. So the ciliatory chemosensory cells, stuffed or brush cells, express both sweet and bitter taste, G protein coupled receptors, all these functions in the regulation of sinonasal and innate immunity. So again, there is an impact on the nitrous oxide production by stimulation of bitter receptors activated by AHL of the bacteria. Nitrous oxide produces reactive oxygen species, and nitrous oxide and RNS damage bacterial cell walls and membrane DNA, inactivated by various bacterial enzymes, likely damage fungal pathogens, cell walls, and viral coat proteins as well. So these are the, so that's why bitter taste medicated Peya or Vilepi, that is again a very important thing what we can advise. So I'll not read, I want to just show some important things. This I have explained. Yes, when we talk about the unwanted, unwholesome food, mainly we talk about the Abhishandi Ahar and Viruddha Ahar, and this Abhishandi Ahar is specially an inflammatory diet. If you see the definition of Abhishandi Ahar made by Sushrut, that Abhishandi dosha dhatu mala srotasam atishaya kleda prapti jananam. Atishaya kleda iti ardri karoti, where there is a more and more water retention into the or the intracellular fluids. That is what they have called as Abhishanda, and that food which will create an inflammation or increase in the intracellular fluid, that is what we call as Abhishandi Ahar. And they have again explained Yad Dravyam Paichilyat Gauravachya, which can create a Gauravachya. Rasava Srotal Siruddhva Dhatu Kshayam Karoti Tad Abhishandi. If you see that the ferritin levels are increasing, LDH are increasing, which is damaging the tissue, Dhatu Kshayam Karoti Tad Abhishandi, Abhishandanat Sroto Bhi Ashuddhai Asamyak Varna Rasa Karsha Karoti, that we can correlate that such type of food which can Paichilyat Gauravat Dravyam Ruddhva Rasava Sira, all those type of food which can block the microchannels or which can have an impact on the cellular metabolism, those all such type of food are to be holded in such pandemics. And coming to the Viruddhara, very, very important quotations that Dehadhatu Praktinika Bhutani Dravyani Dehadhaturbi Virodham Apadyante Paraspara Guna Viruddhani Kanichit Sanyogat Sanskarat. So we are going to discuss on these things, but what I want to explain it, that they have clearly mentioned that yat kinchita dosham asravya na nirharti kayataha ahara jatam tat sarvam mahitam topadyate. The entire drug or food that excises the dosha but does not eliminate it out of the body or out of the system or out of the cell, all that type of food are viruddha, and that viruddhana is not to be all those chemical entities which can deposit it at a cellular level or at in the microchannels. The effective free fructose, the glucose to fructose ratio, wherever it will increase, it will amide. CML, CL, carboxymethyl lysine, carboxyethyl lysine, fructose age, fructose induced age, fructose induced advanced glycation and plus. We say that all these things are not to be mixed. Milk should not be mixed with fruits, fruits should not be heated. So all these things, they increase the fructose age. 4-hydroxy trans 2 nonial HA forms, which so such type of food are to be prohibited. So coming to the last slide, what are the main aim of such type of diet? This type of diet will control inflammation. This type of diet will create type 2 inflammation, will reduce
We seem to have lost Dr. Mukund because of probably some network issue, it seems. And he is almost at the fag end of his lecture. It was wonderful to hear him. The scientific aspect about those principles which are laid down by Ayurvedic acharyas about food and how they really are essentially been proved even in today's biochemistry and today's understanding about the food and dietetics. We need to understand this pandemic conditions. Everybody is talking about. Yeah, Mukunji, please continue. Unmute yourself. Please unmute. You are not. You are muted, sir.
So
Yeah, please.
So these are the. So this is the very important concept that what happens when we are consuming this type of viruddhana. So this viruddhana actually they have an impact at a cellular metabolism. They will destroy the milieu of the cell. They will have an oxidation effect. They will create an Amdori product, and they will create a MRP, that is Maillard reaction products. So these Maillard reactions. So what are the foodstuffs which get involved into viruddhana in today's era? That's very important. So all bakery products. Even if you're preparing a chapati and the chapati becomes more brown, this browning reaction is also not advised. So wherever there is a browning into the carbohydrates, wherever there is a change in the color when you are frying, or wherever there is a change in the color when you are roasting the meat, that is again creating more and more HNE, or that is 4-hydroxyl trans 2-nonenal, which prove to be toxic to the cell metabolism, and these chemicals get deposited actually at a cellular level, which can disturb the metabolism of the cell. If the cell metabolism is disturbed, the tissue metabolism is disturbed, and when the tissue metabolism is disturbed, diseases are produced. So the last slide, that what are the key points of all this Ayurved management? So most of the important is the control inflammation, control oxidation, stimulate innate immunity, stimulate adaptive immunity, regulate CD4 and CD8 count, support phagocytosis, support the control of reactive oxygen species, increase efficacy of the conventional medicine, because we can have a next session on the drug interactions. There are very strong food and drug interactions. There are very strong Ayurveda and modern medicine interactions. So these interactions are very important, and definitely there are many medicines which can increase the bioavailability of modern medicine. So increase the efficacy of the conventional medicines, control the relapse, whatever we are seeing, the second wave and third wave and all these things. So controlling the relapse. Once the patient is free from COVID negative, patient starts eating everything. No, there is certain programs mentioned in Ayurveda that he should come as per that program, he should be on the normal diet. So control the relapse, and Daiva Vipashya Chikitsa, that is the confidence building with this diet. Whatever we have seen with the Yerame madam, that she has explained about the Satvik Ahar. So again, going for Satvik Ahar after completion of this all management, that is also very, very important, where Agni, Strotas and Am are to be considered at a basic level, and then we have to manage the diet. So Namaskar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sabnis. It was as expected and always an excellent explanation about Ayurvedic principles which are useful in day-to-day life. I can definitely, it is always very excellent. Can I just, can you stop sharing, sir?
Yeah, no, I'm hearing.
So, what this is basically, we did what exactly food does. It works like a medicine. It provides you the innate immunity. It uplifts the entire process. Now we are going step by step, understanding the food in details, then describing the need of food as per the rules and the Prakriti. And now we have listened, Dr. Sabnis, how that food principles really act in the treatment and in the specific, in the pandemics like COVID. And today now we have with us Dr. Sadhana Babel, who is now, after listening to principles, the major questions which I can see in the charts: what are those food which are to be consumed? What are those recipes which are needed to be understood and consumed? Unfortunately, we all talk about the principles, but we don't talk about the recipes. And I'm really glad that in today's webinar, we have Dr. Sadhana with us. She is MD PhD in Kai Chikitsa, a professor practicing for last 20 years, excellent practice in Pune, and innate foodie. So, may I request Dr. Sadhana to unmute herself and speak about Ahar Kalpanas, or the recipes, how they are defined, what are the principles of making a recipe from Ayurveda, and how those are to be used everywhere and in specific with this condition of pandemic, the COVID. Sadhana, please unmute yourself, please. Dr. Sadhana, yeah, please.
Namaste. Good evening
Namaskar, we are
India.
able to hear you.
Good morning. Good evening, everyone. And big thank you to organizers, respected Shah sir, respected Naveen sir, and respected Sanjay ji. My topic of today's international webinar is Ahar Kalpana. Actually, it's very big, vast topic described in Sahitas, and it's a big task for me to elaborate or to cover this broad, wide, boundless topic within a few minutes. I will try my best. My topic today's webinar is Ahar Kalpana. Actually, there are two words in Ahar Kalpana. Ahar, previous speakers already discussed about what is Ahar, when have to eat, or all rules and regulations about Ahar. And all we know about it very well. Kalpana, that is method of preparation, method of manufacturing, method of preparation to convert ahara dravya, raw food, into palatable or digestive food, that is ahar kalpana, and it's very important. In few slides, I want to discuss review of literature from our Sanhitas. This slide shows mainly Trayapastambha iti ahara swapno brahmacharyam iti. So it's very important topic is ahar. Ahar, nidra, brahmacharya are Trayapastambha and important factors for healthy and swastha life. Acharya Charaka has narrated many important points for healthy beings, and ahar is the one of the prime factors, and also in Kashyapa ahar is Mahabhaishaja. So, and second important is tadyatha annam vritti karanam shreshtham. I am want to discuss about or mention ahar shuddha sattva shuddhi. If we take शुद्ध आहार अगर हमने लिया तो सत्व शुद्धि होती है, सत्व शुद्धि अगर है तो ध्रुवा स्मूति ही, we can get स्मूति, स्मूति लाभे सर्व ग्रंथिनाम विप्रमोक्षः. सो अगर हमने शुद्ध आहार लिया तो देन it is a positive for सत्व शुद्धि. अगर सत्व शुद्धि होती है तो we will get स्मूति, and अगर स्मूति is proper, you all know that Dhi dhruti smruti vibhramshaha karmayat kurute ashubham. That is the Prajnaparad Vakya. So this sutra from Upanishad, if we look in Upanishad, we can get this sutra, very, very important for Shuddha Ahar. And Annam Vritti Karanam Shreshtham, that is in Agre Sangrahaniya Charak Sutra. These some few slides are showing what is the importance of Ahar. I am not going deep in these slides because these slides previously already mentioned, and importance of Ahar since from Garbhavastha to the last moment of our Ayushya or of our life is very, very important factor. That is first factor, Ahar. So these are the importance of Ahar mentioned in all Samhitas, Bruhatrayis, Lagutrayis, like that, Bhava Prakash. And mainly in this slide, I want to elaborate ahara sambhava vastu rogascha ahara sambhava. Keep in mind that ahar is very, very important for healthy being. That ahar also positive factor for roga. It can causes roga or vyadhi. So हितकर एंड अहितकर दो ही आहार के जो टाइप है उसके ऊपर ही आप स्वस्थ रहते हो या व्याधिग्रस्त होते हो, ये डिपेंड करता है. एंड फर्स्ट इज आहार, दैट इज इफ वी लुक इन संहितास, मिथ्या आहार इज फर्स्ट पॉजिटिव फैक्टर. सो these are the importance of आहार. यहाँ उन्होंने वर्णन किया है कि इष्ट वर्ण गंध रस स्पर्श विधि विहितम अन्नपानम, दैट इज हितकर आहार. जब भी चरक सूत्र, इन चरक सूत्र 27 अन्नपान विधि, सो चरका हैज इलेबोरेटेड और डिस्क्राइब आहार योगिनाम भक्ति निश्चय न तु विद्यते, क्योंकि उन्होंने वहां 12 वर्ग बताए हैं आहार वर्ग के. आहार कल्पना व्हेन वी आर discussing, so first factor is ahar and second is kalpana. So he has described 12 vargas, but he mentioned that it's very difficult to mention all varga here, so he elaborated main varga, 12 vargas here, and there are aparisankhya or immeasurable ahar varga. These are the 12 ahar vargas mentioned in Charak Samhita. Shukha, Dhanya, Shami, Dhanya, Maunsa, Shaka, Falashrayan, Vargan, Haritam, Ambu, Gorase, Ikshu, Vikarikan. So these are 12 vargas mentioned, because ahar is described in two ways. First is ahar varga and second is ahar kalpana, and described as a krutanna varga in Samhitas. This slide shows Charak, Sushrut, Bhava Prakash, and in Samhitas, what are the vargas mentioned in these Samhitas, and where these are the examples given in this flow chart. What is the agriya in that varga? So this is ahar varga. From this ahar varga, we are preparing our food or kalpana. So we have to know about ahar varga in details. One mention I want to elaborate, Sharkarekshu, Vikareshu, and I want to put a question in this webinar. Sharkara in Ikshu Vikar, that is Hitakar or Agriya. And nowadays, Sharkara is saying that to avoid. So maybe it contains chemical, but Sharkara is agriya in Ikshu Vikara Dravya or Ikshu Varga. Then second important thing in Bhava Prakash mentioned Shaka Varga, Shakeshu Sarveshu Vasanti Rogaste, Hetavo Deha Vinashanaya, Tasmat Buddha Shaka Vivarjanam. Bhava Prakash is saying that all जो भी शाका वर्ग यहाँ बताया है, जो भी वेजिटेबल्स है, they contains roga, sarveshu vasanti rogaste, and they are positive factors for deha vinashanam. So he is insisting that तस्मात् बुधः शाक विवर्जनम तु कुर्यात् आम्लेषु. So if we see that this from Bhava Prakash, he advised to avoid shaka, but again he mentioned various vegetables including their rasa, virya, vipak, guna, prabhav. Now this question is guda, because if we go through prameha nidan, guda vaikrutam cha is the hetu. So again in this webinar I want to put this new guda, qualities of properties of new good and old good. Actually we have expiry date on good when we are purchasing. So old good is laghu, madhura, pathyakar, anabhishandi, agnivardhak, pittagna, vatagna. So and if we use with different anupana, that in kafagna with adrak, it is pittagna with hirda, and it's vatagna with suntha. So question is about guda and sharkara. This is in Bhava Prakash, khandastu madhuram vrusham chakshusham brohanam hitam vata pitta haram snigdam balyam vanti haram param. These are the properties of sugar. Now we are directly see kalpana or method of preparation, that is making, manufacturing, preparing. Why these kalpanas are important? That is also mentioned in Sanhitas as Krutanna Varga. If you see this sutra, Ishta Varna Gandha Rasa Sparsha Vidhi Vihitam Annapanam. So Hitakar. Ya Vishishtam Ishta Sanskaraihi Pathyehi Ishtai Rasadivihi Manodnyam Shuchi Natyushnam Pratyagram Anashanam Hitam. So कल्पना क्यों करना है? क्योंकि अगर हमने ऐसा देखा कि अगर वी आर ईटिंग थ्रू माउथ और रसनेन्द्रिय, बट आई वांट टू मेंशन दैट कि हम सिर्फ रसनेन्द्रिय से या जिह्वा से या मुख से नहीं आहार लेते हैं, लेकिन वी आर यूजिंग 5 सेंसरी ऑर्गन्स और ज्ञानेन्द्रिय व्हाइल ईटिंग एनी फूड. इफ वी सी once food in front of us, we smell it, we like its texture, softness or hardness, we like its varna or color, we taste it, and if it is tasty, we are eating that happily, we hear it too. We dislike vegetables if that is color is not red, we are saying that तरी वाला नहीं है, या फिर if green vegetables in white gravy, if proper color is there, we see, then we are happy. We dislike chapati if it's not soft. So we are, even though eating with sparshanendriya, even if we eat papad या परपट, अगर कुर्रम कुर्रम आवाज नहीं आता है तो उसका मजा ही नहीं है. अगर if it is soft, then we unable to eat that papad. So in this manner, it's ishta varna gandha rasa sparsha अगर रहेगा तो ही हम happily that diet we can consume. So sanskar is or kalpana is basically important for ishta varna gandha rasa sparsha, and for palatable we are unable to eat raw foods, all type of some exceptional. So to convert into ishta rasa varna gandha sparsha, kalpana is very important. We can't eat all raw food. Ahar kalpana includes selection and preparation of food articles according to personalized need and convention from particular dravya. Acharya described with different point of view. If we see aparyushitam annam tu sanskrutam matraya shubham, this is mentioned by Sushruta. aparyushitam annam tu sanskrutam matraya shubham, अगर सुसंस्कृत है तो वो शुभ है, that is kalpana. When agar we are talking with bagar or fodni in Maharashtra, first it is described in akrutayush and krutayush in samsarjan kram. Asneha lavanam sarvam akrutam katukairvina vidnayam lavana sneha katukai sanskrutam krutam. Krutam and akrutam, that is with bagar. And Sanhitas mentioned that dravyataha gunataha karmataha, there are many recipes, or we can prepare bahuvida vikalpa bhavanti. क्योंकि उन्होंने हमें फ्रीडम दिया है एज पर पुरुषम भिक्ष भिक्ष कि वी आर एबल टू prepare food accordingly with their self properties. This slide shows Charak mentioned approximately 70 ahar kalpanas in different sthanas, different adhyayas, since from beginning sutra sthan adhyay second, that is he mentioned 28 yavagus in that adhyay. Then these are different all kalpanas and in Sutrasthan, that is Yavagu, Tushakodak, Veshavar, Kurchika, that is curd milk, buttermilk in combined, Kilata means paneer, Madira, Saktu. Then in 27 Adhyay, he mentioned Pathyakar Ahar and Annapan Vidhi. In that, he Peya, Vilepi, Manda, Laja Manda, Lajamla, Siddha Laja Manda, Odan, Yush, like that. These are the Krutanna Varga mentioned in Charak Sanhita, Sutrasthan. Then in Nidan, we will able to find Payasa, Krushara, Vilepi, Ikshu Vikar, Mandaka, Dadhi, and this is Prameha Rogadikar. So these are the Pathya and Hetus of Prameha, Payasa. Then in Vimanasthan, Adhyay 8, we can Udashvita, Katvara, and Khadayusha. We can able to see these kalpanas. In Charak Chikitsat, in all Adhyay approximate, he mentioned Pathya or these kalpanas. लेकिन आज मैंने कोविड के हिसाब से या दिस पैंडेमिक के हिसाब से सेकंड इन वाजीकरण अध्याय इन चिकित्सा उत्कारिका अंडरस मांसरस षष्टिकोदन वर्तिका देन ज्वराध्याय यवागु यूष मंड दिस इज वेरी हेल्पफुल इन दिस पैंडेमिक यवागु यूष मंड पेया षडंग पानीय सुश्रुत सृष्टित जल then उष्णोदक तर्पण then in adhyay 4 that is raktapitta adhyay is also important in this pandemic tarpan laja tarpan amla tarpan khajuradi mantha apupayusha odana this is in adhyay 6 then 8 like this in this slide you can able to see all in chikitsa adhyay he mentioned all krutanna varga which is preferred on that in that particular disease. Then in Siddhisthan, we will find Siddhisthan is regarding Shodhana Chikitsa. So we are able to see all Sansarjana Krama here for Agni Vardhan. Then this sutra is speaks much better why Ahar Kalpana needs to, ya Pathya needs to follow. Then different Ahar Kalpana, these are the Sushruta explained in Sutrasthan, except in Charak, these are the exceptional Kalpanas in Sushrut, these are in Bhava Prakash. Then Ahar Kalpana, what are the Ahar Kalpana used in for Shodhan, described in Charak Siddhisthan, that is some Modaka, Trivrutta Leha, for Shaman, specific dravyas with Aharya Dravya reach to targeted area, different Yavagu use like that. Then for Pathya, after Shodhan, Sansarjan Krama. Then as a Ahar, some Kalpana described in text, that is Rasala, Rotika, Odan, and these are the Kalpanas extremely elaborated in Bhava Prakash. Rasala, Rotika, Odan, how to prepare, how to add some other Prakshepa Dravyas he has nicely described in Bhava Prakash, Purva and Madhyam Khanda. Then Ayurvedic aspect, I am not going to in this. That is cytokine storm, that is Pranavaha, Srotamsi, Anyashcha Darunaihi, systemic inflammation, hyperferritinemia, hemodynamic instability and multi-organ failure. So basic concept of Ahar in present pandemic, if we go through this, basic principles or concepts are Langana is important, which is elaborated previously, Hitahar, Matravat Ahar, and all जो basically lectures में बताया है कि important आहार कैसा लेना है, क्या लेना है, these are rules and regulations we should follow. and selection of ahara dravyas as dosha pratyanik, vyadhi pratyanik and ubhay pratyanik. With selection of ahara dravya, then proper kalpana are described in text for this disease. Patyakar ahar dravya in present pandemic. If we go through Shukha Dhanya, that is cereals, wheat, jawar, rice, that is in that Raktashali, Shashtishali Yava. If we go through Bhava Prakash, he mentioned that rice is Pramehagna and Krumigna, but it should be Raktashali or Shashtikshali, and Purana Dhanya is important. Then this is Shimbi Varga, which are important in this present pandemic: Moog, Masur, Tur, Kulatha. Then Matki, there is one reference in Bhava Prakash. Then Shaka, we can advise Sakvat, Tandulja, Dudhi, Karela, Gilka, Turai, like that. Phala Shaka especially, and in leafy vegetables, Chakvat and Tandulja. If we go through Phala Varga, then Vruntaka, Muli, Kamalkanda, Chuka, Dadim. These are some Agriya Dravya in which are useful in present pandemic. Dry fruits we can consume only Kali Manuka, as others are Guru to digest. Then Lavana Varga and spices. Actually, people are very much aware by Ayush Kada, but these spices are Dhanya, Tvak, Sunki, and we should use as a Prakshep Dravya, Ajwain, Jeera, Hingu to prevent or to जिसका अग्नि रक्षण करना है, इसके लिए we can use these spices. Then dugdha varga, cow's milk, ghee and buttermilk. Peya varga, ushnodak and sarbat. Taila and gruta. Gruta in cow's ghee is agre dravya, but there is a reference in Bhava Prakash. Raja Ikshmani balecha vruddeshleshmo krute roge same vishuchascha vibhandecha maratte ज्वरेच दहने मंदे न सर्पिहि बहुमन्यते, कि शुरुआत को हम घृत का उपयोग नहीं करेंगे, जो जीर्ण ज्वर में ही बताया है, नव ज्वर में हम नहीं करेंगे. देन मांसरस एंड धाना मीन्स लाह्या, हियर साळीच्या लाह्या. Then ahar kalpana in present pandemic, due to according to ICMR guidelines, there are 4 groups: public health workers, suspected quarantine, immunocompromised. And here we can advise ahar with complete ahar vidhi vidhan as per desha, kala, agni, prakruti, etc. Hitahar, matrashi sat and shadrasatmak. According to his jarana shakti, we should advise. Then in COVID-19, as therapeutic, if mild symptoms or mild having mild sign symptoms, langhana, there are indications for langhana, because prana virodhinam chainam langhanena upapadayet baladishtanam arogyam तदर्थ यदर्थ अयम क्रियाक्रमः, क्योंकि बल उसके ऊपर निर्भर करता है और बल के ऊपर प्राण. सो लंघन इज only advice where it is indicated, otherwise lagvashan, lagu ahar, laja manda, peya, vilepi, yush, wheat, rotika and vegetable some. Then panaka, that is sarbat, and milk. In moderate therapeutic, we can use shaka, dala, krushara, then panak, limbu, dadim, and milk with adrak or haldi. But if there is no cow's milk, then we should avoid milk products too. And even though in severe patient, if hospital allow, then we can advise through RT2. Then post-COVID is very important criteria or group, that is for apunarbhav, rasayan chikitsa. Again, we can treat in with sneha. Then coconut payasa, coconut barfi, lapsika, rotika and rasodana in non-vegetarian patients. Then vedamika, modaka, parpat rasala, that is mook parpat, and shali shashti, rice. Then this is flow chart for COVID-19. Actually, we will see actual kalpana. Ashtaguna manda we can advise, that is dhanya, suntha, marich, pipali, saindav, moog, rice, little oil and hingu. We can prepare one part rice, one part moong, and rest of others as prakshep. So this is Dipanaha, Pranodo, Basti Shodhano, Raktavardhanaha. And Jvarajit, Sarva Doshagna, this Ashtaguna Manda is mentioned in Sharangdhar Samhita. We can advise this Ashtaguna Manda. Then Peya, actually Annakale Hita Peya. And even though we are not advising any dravya of or any aushad, we can give simple Peya to Ethasvam Pachane Kruta, Dipani Pachani Lagvi Jvarantanam Jvarapaha. So dravya Peya is prepared by Shukadhanya, that is rice, Vat or Jala, 14 part, and boiled till dravya being cooked. You can use, here we are using continuously Lagu Panchamul Siddha Peya in Vataj, if aggravation, then Musta Indrazav Kutki in Pittaj, and Trikatu Siddha Peya in Kapha Pradhanya. Then Vilepi, that is little bit thick by Peya, and Jala is only 4 parts. Then Yusha Kinchit Ghana Smutaha, and this is prepared by Shimbi Varga, that is Masur, Mudga, Kulitha, like that. And 14 part Jala or Path we can take. And first Yush is mentioned is Panchamushtik use and Yush, and we can easily advise this Yava, Kulatha, Bor, Mudga, and Mulak. Each one part. Then Sunki is the Prakshep Dravya, and 8 parts Jala or water, boiled till cooked. So Yusho Balyas Tataha Kanthyo Lagupakaha Kapafa. As this pandemic is Sannipatik, so these kalpanas are very much important. Then Panchamushtik Yush, Mudga Malak, then Kulatha, and Saptamushtik Yush. Next is, this is Panchamushtik and then Saptamushtik. इसमें धान्य ऐड किया है, and this is again very important in Sannipatik Jvara. Amvat Haraha Kwantha Rut Vaktranam Vishodhanam, as there is again Samprapti goes to Hruday, that in post-COVID too. So this Saptamushtik Yush you can advise, and it is very, very useful. Then Yavagu. Yavagu itself described in Samanya Chikitsa Sutra of Jvara Langanam Svedanam Kalo Yavagus Tikta Korasaha, 1 part of rice, 6 part of jala, and cook it. Yavagu's indications are there also, contraindications are also. We cannot prescribe or advise to every patient. Then we have to see whether indicated or contraindicated. Yavagu Dipani Lagvi, Trushnagni Basti Shodhani, Shrama Glani Hari Pathya Jvare Chaivati Sarike. So whenever there is Jvara with Atisar or diarrhea, we can advise Yavagu, and it is very, very deeply elaborated in Charak Samhita Jvara Adhyay. Then Trushna Nashak, Manuka, Sariva, Laja, and Musta Siddha Yavagu. Shvasagna, Dashamul Siddha Yavagu, it is always we can using. These are some Vatanuloman, Panchakol Siddha, and Amatisar Nashak. Then if we go to Tarpan, because there is very much Rasadhatu Kshay, and in depression maybe patient is panic. So Draksha, Dadim, Khazur, Jala, sugar, and Laja Sattu, Madhu with ghee. We can use Tarpan here, and Tarpan actually for Rasadhatu too, and Jvara, and Rasa Sambandha Mana, and Rasa Sambandha Hruday, and Rasa Sambandha, as it is Pranava Srotas and Rasava Srotas Mulasthan. So it is very helpful in this pandemic. Then Odan, Tandulo Meha Jantughnam Sa Navastva Ati Durjara. Agar wo Puran hai to wo Mehagna hai, it is advisable in Prameha 2, it is Krumigna, but Nava is Ati Durjara. Then Brushta Tandulajam, rice tek ke lena hai. This is Rasodan. How to prepare Rasodan? If non-vegetarian, we can advise Rasodana to non-vegetarian patients. This is Panaka. We can advise Limbu Sarbat, as it is Vanni Diptikaram Rucham Samasta Ahara Pachakam. Agar patient ne kuch gadbad bhi kiya, agar तो भी लींबू शरबत समस्त आहार पाचकम बोला है, इसीलिए फिर हम पानक लींबू शरबत एडवाइस करते हैं. एंड मेनली इन लास्ट आई वांट टू से अबाउट उष्णोदक. There are many types of Ushnodaka, not only heated water, pathyamanam tu nirvegam nishphenam nirmalam chet tattoyam pathitam pneyam doshagnam pachanam lagu tat padahinam pratpittagnam. अगर हमने 1 लीटर का 750 ml वाटर रखा तो itself it's pittagna. अगर 500 आधा किया that is vatagna, and अगर 1/4 remains then it is kafagna. So it is very very important point while advising ushnodaka to remain 1/4, half and 3/4 when for pitta, vata and kapha. There is अगर 1/4 रहा तो पादशेषम तु यत्तोयम आरोग्यम्बु तत् उच्यते. 1/4 when it till we remain till we boil, then that is arogyambu, and that is pathyam kasa shvasa kafapaham. In this pandemic we should advise ushnodaka boiled 1 liter water till remain its pav liter or 1/4. That is helpful in present pandemic, that is arogyambu ushnodake. And time is mentioned in bhava prakash. पूरा दिन में थोड़ा थोड़ा गर्म पानी पीना इट्स ओके, बट श्लेष्मा नीलाम मेदोग्नम दीपनम बस्ति शोधनम श्वास कास ज्वरहरम पीतम उष्णोदकम निशी. सोते समय या एट बेड टाइम वी शुड कंज्यूम उष्णोदक फॉर श्वास कास ज्वर, that is दीपन मेदोग्न and vata kafagna. So we should advise this arogyambu in bedtime. Digestion time for cold water takes 3 hours to digest, boiled cold water 1.5 hours, and ushnodaka or warm water 45 minutes to digest. Then shadanga paniya we can advise or we should 100% musta parpatako shira chandana dicharagarahi shruta shitam jalam deyam pipasa jvara shantaye. Then this is exceptional shloka from Shaka Kalpana Bhava Prakash. हिंगू जीरा युतई तैलई क्षिपेत शाकम सुखंडितम. मतलब हिंग जीरे का तैल में बगार देके उसमें जो काटा हुआ वेजिटेबल्स है वो डाल के फिर लवण अम्ल चूर्णादि सिद्धे हिंगूदकम क्षिपेत इति एव सर्व शाकानाम साधनो अभिहितो विधि. ऑल वेजिटेबल्स पकाने के लिए यहाँ शाक कल्पना सिर्फ भाव प्रकाश ने मेंशन किया है. देन इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ कल्पना, गुरु द्रव्य है तो लघु करने के लिए या कुछ प्रॉपर्टी संस्कार के बाद बदलते हैं, मात्रा अन्न काल के अनुसार बदलते हैं इसलिए. एंड सातत्यात स्वादुभावाच्च पथ्यम भवेत भवेत आगतम कल्पना विधि भी तै तै प्रयत्नम गमयत पुनः. अगर पेशेंट हमें ऐसा बोलता है कि पथ्य बहुत हो गया अभी, हम वी कैन नॉट टॉलरेट, then we have to change that ahar dravya in other kalpana to insist that ahar dravya. So kalpana is very important. When patient refuse to take pathya, we have to give him that ahar dravya in another way. So here bhav prakash mentioned in jvara adhyay. Again do's and don'ts. Sarve santu niramaya. Very very thank you for giving me opportunity, and I have shared my view. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Sadhana. And I'm sure your lecture was so elaborate and informative that many of us have got some kind of their ideas altered about what kind of food to be prepared and what kind of food to be used, not only in this pandemic, but for their diseases every time. It was really wonderful phenomena. But that raised two questions to the entire elaborate, our elite panel. And those are: first, what to be used, whether it is sugar to be advised or whether it is good to be advised, number one. Second, she has raised another question. When Bhav Prakasha says the shaka are roga karaha, so whether to use shaka or not, and if they are to be used, in what way it should be used? Because I could find one reference in Shaka Varga in Charak Sahita that say Svidne Nispidita Rasaha Sasneham Vipachate. Now if it is Svidne and Nispidita Rasaha, you have to add some fat and give it to the patient. This is what been mentioned by Charaka. And when other way, we have heard always that Pitta Bhuka, Mita Bhuka, and Ashaka Bhuka are the three basic principles for keeping yourself healthy in every condition. So wonderful, Dr. Sadhana. And I would like to invite now our next speaker, because now we are going step by step. And this particular lecture by Dr. Sadhana was elaborating the various kalpanas. And now we are coming to the next part of our webinar, and that is nothing but the Viruddhana. We have heard in all the previous speakers Viruddhana as a causative factor. What are they? How they work? Where in the body their actions are, and how they can disturb the even the genetical system. Let us hear it from none other than Dr. Laxmikant Kortikar. He is wonderful practitioner from Ahmednagar and postgraduate and practicing for last 28 years in the field, and he has got an elaborate study about Viruddhana and its impact on the human anatomy and human physiology, and of course in the manifestations of the disease. May I request Dr. Laxmikant Kortikar to unmute himself and share his thoughts on Viruddhana. Please, Laxmikant Kortikar ji. Please unmute. Yeah, thank you.
अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. Pranam to all talwards, acharya and scholars from all over the world. I thanks for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much. Food is considered as God, Annam Brahmaha. It is one of the three pillars of healthy life. There is description of an international conference held at Chaitravana. The agenda was to discuss about various aspects of Rasa and Ahara. Agnivesh asked the question about Viruddha Ahara, and Punarvasu Atreya discussed in detail in Atreya Bhadrakapiya Adhyaya. Ayurvedic scholars, they know this shloka. I have tried at my best to give new examples of these 18 types of Viruddha Ahara. You must have some more good examples with you. May I request you to please send me all these examples so that I can make this presentation more and more self-explanatory. First, that is Desha Viruddha. Desha Viruddha means the food which is incompatible to the geographical area. People from desert of Rajasthan, they love to eat hot and spicy lal mirch. That is Desha Viruddha. To live in the frozen area of Arctic, Eskimo must have to eat meat and fat. But if you force the Eskimos to eat Indian food, then that will be a Desha Viruddha. Many people from all corners of India like dahi vadas. But if we eat dahi vada at night, then it is Viruddha. As Ayurveda says, Nattam dadhina bhunjitha. And secondly, all Indian people think the tea is amrut for them. Tea lover can drink tea at 44 degrees Celsius also. This is called as New Desha Viruddha, the Kala Viruddha. In my childhood, we got ice cream in only summer season. But the ice cream industry did a move and made it available 24/7 by 365 at any corner of the world. If you living in Siberia, in this frozen chilly winter and you are eating ice cream, it's Kala Viruddha. Nowadays, in metro cities, this Bahubali Thali is getting famous. One cannot eat this much food. But if one tries to eat this Bahubali Thali, then it is Agni Viruddha. According to me, many COVID patients landed in serious life-threatening situation just because of the food which is given to them in hospital. Patient with Bahirdirasya Agni condition get the healthy and light breakfast like bread, butter, boiled eggs, and cold orange juice. It is incompatible to the digestive power. This is clear-cut Agni Viruddha. Many supermoms want that their child must be sharp and strong. So many mom gives honey and ghee in the equal proportion. This is Matra Viruddha. This is an old and ultra-modern example of dose incompatibility. Never eat watermelon and apple in equal quantity. Watermelon contains 92% of water, so its digestion is faster than apple. This may cause some digestive disturbance. This is Matra Viruddha. The next is Satmya Viruddha. Satmya is a special Ayurvedic term that says that some type of food you are taking years together become homologous to you. But if we have to eat the food which is not Satmya, it's called as Satmya Viruddha. When a hardcore vegan goes to China, he has to face this problem everywhere in China. Same with this. A hot, spicy food lover gets only sweet food, then this is also a Satmya Viruddha. All Vaidya they are practicing will agree to me that patient who is having excessive Pitta disorder loves to eat hot and spicy food. This is a very common example of Dosha Viruddha. Same patient of Shwasa Kasa always love to eat dahi vada at any time of the day. This is also a Dosha Viruddha example. This is a new age example of Samskar Viruddha. Farmers used to spray pesticides in a very large amount nowadays. Exposure to large amount of pesticide during pregnancy can cause miscarriage, preterm birth, birth defect, learning problems, and so on. National Institute of Nutrition from Hyderabad has taken a survey at Hyderabad vegetable market, and they found this. The permissible limit of chlorpyrifos in tomato is 0.2 microgram per kg. But the tomato present in the market have percentage of 178.87 microgram per kg, almost 900 times more. Hare Ram. May I request all of you to search the Agmar process of honey in India. Heating and pasteurization is essential, but according to Ayurved, heating honey is contraindicated. When you heat honey, HMF is increased. 5-hydroxymethyl furfural, that is HMF, is an organic compound which is formed from sugar during heat treatment. HMF is used as a marker to prove the raw and uncooked nature of honey. Freshly extracted honey, HMF level is lower than 5 mg per kg. Milk is Shitavirya and Matsya is Ushnavirya. If we eat together, causes Raktadushti. It is Maha-Abhishandi. May cause Rotorodha at different level. This is an example of Virya Viruddha. Please note that this is a very famous dish, famous all over the world. Vaidyagana who are Matsyahari, please take this as a research project. After eating hot, spicy lunch or dinner, people enjoy ice cream or cold drinks. Literally, The temperature of 300 ml of cold drink is 0 degrees centigrade. Our temperature is 37 degrees centigrade. According to law of thermodynamics, heat always flow from 37 to 0. With the help of physics, you can see how we create problem to our Agni. This is Virya Viruddha. Human large intestine motility is going at the rate of 11 cycles per minute. If we eat some substance that reduces this activity may cause constipation. Person having Krura Koshtha eat this chole bhature is Koshtha Viruddha. This bowel incompatibility. If a person having Mrudu Koshtha, if he take just 2 glasses of kadhai milk, he may suffer from loose motion. This is another example of Koshtha Viruddha. In Charaka Samhita, Acharya state, if person doing Vata Prakopak Vihar and take Vata Prakopak Ahar is Avastha Viruddha. Can we think some different avasthas? I have witnessed this situation. I am a Vaidya from Vaidya Panchanan Gangadhar Satri Gune Mahavidyalaya, Ahmednagar. When I was doing my internship in Shalya department, we had a abdominal surgery for a gallstone. Second day, when I was taking round, I asked this fellow, "Sir, how are you?" He simply replied, "Just had hot spicy vada pav." Hare Ram was the last word before I fainted. Second Avastha Viruddha. Super class 1 lady officer came to me with her baby crying like anything. I asked our staff to send her immediately. She told me that from last 7 days, baby didn't pass her stool. We did our magic work and baby was fine. I just asked this mother curiously, "Ma'am, what were you eating from last 7 days?" And the list of all Vata Prakopak Ahar menu comes out. In Sutika Avastha, mother should not take this Vata Prakopak Ahar. This is the new type of Avastha Viruddha. According to Ayurved, one should avoid Snanottar Bhojan. If you take food immediately after a cold shower, then you may suffer from digestive disturbances. This is Krama Viruddha. Second Krama Viruddha is, if you do not go for bowel evacuation in the morning and still you are eating food, that is Krama Viruddha. And according to me, 50% of children from all over the world, they are following this Krama Viruddha. We should have a new research project for this. This is a common Parihara Viruddha. When we go to a chai wala, we ask, "Bhaiya thanda pani dena." Then फिर गरम अदरक वाली चाय देना. This is an example of contraindication incompatibility. And this is a condition which is mentioned in Charaka. One professor from Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health stated that if you eat pork and consume alcohol daily, then your cancer risk is increased by many folds. Next is Upachara Viruddha. Vamana Karma must be followed by Samsarjana Krama. But if patients start eating Alu Paratha Makhan Marke, then it will be a Upachara Viruddha. If patient is suffering from Rakta Pitta, eats hot spicy food, then that will aggravate the signs and symptoms of Rakta Pitta within some hours. This is Upachara Viruddha. This episode happened in our hospital. On the third day after drinking Sneha, patient asked me to go for a walk in a public garden behind our hospital. Our attendant raised me in my OPD and said, "Sir ji, वो 2 number वाला patient garden के बाहर cold drink पी रहा है." This is Upachara Viruddha. Many Vaidya in college days, must be gone for trekking or NSS camp. We have forced this condition of uncooked or overcooked rice, this Paka Viruddha. Many of us still remember this stove, kerosene stove. So many times the food cooked on this stove may get some smell, bad smell of kerosene. This is a new age example of Paka Viruddha. Sanyoga Viruddha. Even we Vaidya also enjoyed pakoda packs in a newspaper. From 2016, it became very dangerous due to chemicals in the newspaper ink. According to FSSAI, consumption of food wrapped in newspaper is injurious to health. This news is published in The Hindu. Nowadays, many chemical substances are added in the food in a coded language of E numbers, which is common man cannot understand. The coloring agents, the cracking agents, the preservative, the taste enhancer, and so on. These chemicals have a very bad effect on our health. They may cause behavioral problem or aggression or ADD or ADHD. This is Sanyog Viruddha. The next example of the Sanyog Viruddha was stated in Guardian. News flash on 18th of May 2019. Plastic packaging can introduce chemicals into your food. Due to these toxic hormone disturbing chemicals, you may have health problems. This is total new type of Sanyog Viruddha. On 21st April 2010, the Guardian paper flashed a news. The Potomac River from Washington DC is a toxic stew. 80% of male bass fish have turned into female. If you eat such fish in your lunch or dinner, then the chances of your endocrine disturbances are more. This may be a cause of unexplained infertility. This is a brand new Sanyoga Viruddha. In India, many people dislike Karela as it is bitter in taste. If somebody forced to eat Karela sabji, then it is Rud Viruddha. Can you guess the thought of this young girl? Oh mom, I am not a goat. You are given so much of leaves to me. This is Rud Viruddha. If someone eat unripe banana, if someone eat overripe banana, there is Sampat Viruddha, that is maturity incompatibility. Nowadays, so many people, they are using some chemicals like carbide for the fast ripening of the fruits. This is very bad. Every Vaidya know this shloka. Please try to give some guidance to common people whenever you get chance to talk on this. Vidhi and Vikalpa. These are our pictures. Many busy people are having no time for lunch because of workload. While doing the work on laptop, while talking on the mobile, watching late night web series, we eat. And nowadays, buffet is becoming common in our conferences also. All these examples of new Vidhi Viruddha, one should consider all the rules and regulation of dietaries. Association between the dietary pattern and the diseases has been interest of field of all health workers. Frequent intake of Viruddhana affect our body in many ways. It may create Agnimandya, then Amotpatti, that leads to Dhatudushti, then that turns into Uttarottar Dhatudushti, then Sroto Vikruti. One step further is go to Avyav Vikruti. For example, in COVID patient, lungs get affected and the functions becoming less and less. Immunity, that is Vyadhikshamatva, is also hampered in this pandemic. Immunity is the most important issue. We have to create awareness among the peoples not to take Viruddhana. It may cause vikruti like unmad. You know, first hetu of unmad in Charaka, viruddha dushta shuchi bhojanani. Sense organs can having some serious problem. Viruddhahar can lead to santana dosha. This is the only reference of teratogenic effect of Viruddhan in Charak Samhita. And sometimes you get Mrityu also. These are the disorders due to Viruddha Ahara, right from Shandhyatva to death. Effect of Viruddha Ahara can be classified into Ashukari and Chirakari, which may be modified into form of symptoms or diseases. Viruddha Ahar can affect all tissues, right from epithelial cell to nerve cell. The patient who are admitted in hospital having serious signs and symptoms of COVID-19 are getting the so-called healthy diet, but according to Ayurveda, it is Viruddha Ahar. So we can have a worldwide research on this. In future, if we have to face many more pandemic like COVID-19, from when we have to start this fight? Answer is before conception. According to research, we must focus on Bija Dushti. I have done research on Bija Dushti and how to go for Bija Shuddhi for long years. Nowadays, Bija Shuddhi, Bija Dushti is one of the reason of number of problems in the newborn babies, and Viruddha is one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kortikar, for a wonderful self-explanatory presentation. It is really wonderful and must have given an elaborate understanding for every single participant here and on Facebook and YouTube, that what that Viruddha Ahar is all about. Why we could call Viruddha Ahar, and how it works, and what could be the normal usual food what we take, or usual practices what we observe in our conferences, in our day-to-day life, are not correct and are incompetent food habits. Thank you very much, Laxmikant ji. And now let us start with our international arena, and let me invite first Dr. Vaidya Harish Verma ji from Toronto. He is founder of Best Ayurveda Limited and also the founder of Canadian College of Ayurveda and Yoga. Prior to that, he was faculty in United Kingdom. He was the academic council member, governing council member of National Institute of Ayurveda, and he hold all his life various posts in the government, central and state, for Ayurveda, and has a lot many celebrated clientele. He is the right person to be called as Raja Vaidya because he was in treatment with our president, Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma ji. Please welcome Dr. Vaidya Harish Verma ji from Toronto with us. He is going to talk about the Ayurveda based supplements for COVID people. Please, Harish ji. Unmute yourself, please. Sir, you are muted once again. Unmute. Yep.
Okay. Is it audible now?
Yes, yes, it is very much audible, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay ji, और सभी आचार्यों को मेरा प्रणाम, नमस्कार. So, first of all, I am glad that this is a seminar on food, and as Sanjay ji you mentioned, this was the topic which was not touched by various practitioners and the researchers. So, I will share my experience about the food supplements, particularly how we treat the patients of COVID in West with the food supplements. We can treat the patients of COVID up to mild, moderate or severe stage, but not the critical stage. patient consult us and how we treat, I will share my experience. So I'll go with my presentation. Ayurveda based food supplements for self-care during COVID-19 pandemic. So as we know, COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by newly discovered coronavirus known as SARS-CoV-2, severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, and it spreads through droplet infection, droplet methods, and through the it spreads through droplets generated when an infected person coughs, sneezes, or exhales. The major symptoms of coronavirus 2 or COVID-19 has been observed all over the world. Fever is the major symptom. So 88% patients complained fever when they were found positive for COVID infection. Fever was observed as 88% and fatigue was 38%, mucus production 33%, sore throat 15%, cough was present in 68%, muscle pain was present in 15%, and shortness of breath was present in 19%. And in some patients, loss of taste and smell, diarrhea, and nausea and vomiting was also present as a symptom of COVID. If we see the CDC report, CDC website, they classify the patients based on following categories. If there is no symptom, they are labeled as asymptomatic. And if the symptoms are mild like fever, cough, shortness of breath, fatigue, anorexia, sputum production up to mild pneumonia, they are labeled as mild to moderate. And severe patients are labeled when patients complain pain and pressure in chest and dyspnea, hypoxia, lung involvement. Can we close this? And critical patients are when there is a respiratory failure, shock, multi-organ system dysfunction. If we see the timeline of COVID symptom on day 1, patient will run a fever, may experience fatigue, muscle pain, dry cough. And up to day 5, researchers found that it took an average of 5 days for signs of breathing difficulties to kick in patients. Symptoms might include shallow breathing, tightness in chest, heart palpitation, and wheezing. On day 7, most patients, day 7 would mean end of the phase 1 leading to diminishing symptoms. And on day 8, severe cases tend to develop signs of acute respiratory distress. Day 10, if patients exhibit worsening symptoms, they are admitted to an intensive care units. And 13th to 14th, those who survive the virus, breathing difficulties generally end on these days. On 17th day, on average, people who recover from virus are discharged from the hospital after 2.5 weeks. And some patients could not survive after 18 days and they end up into death. And to sum up, if we see the progress of the disease from day 0 to 4, the symptoms are mild like fever, dry cough, tiredness, ache, sore throat, diarrhea, conjunctivitis, headache, loss of smell, loss of taste. And then after 5 to 7 days, it may become severe like difficulty in breathing, chest pain or pressure in chest, loss of speech. And on day 9 to 14, it becomes critical. Some patient may enter into pneumonia, hypoxia, septic shock, cardiomyopathy, arrhythmia. So this is the progression of the disease. And now, if we compare these symptoms with symptoms mentioned in Samhitas, particularly in Charak Samhita about the Jwar, this is what I feel, that mild symptoms of Jwar are the same what is mentioned in Amajwar of Charak Samhita in chapter 3 of Charak Sthan. Chikitsa Sthan, Charak Samhita, Chikitsa Sthan, chapter 3. In management of Jwar, you can find Amajwar, Pachyaman Jwar, Amajwar Avastha, Pachyaman Jwar Avastha, and Sannipata Jwar Avastha. In Amajwar Avastha, these are the symptoms: aruchi, avipak, anorexia, altered metabolism, heaviness of stomach, lack of clarity, tandra, drowsiness, alasya, lala prasek, even the virasam mukham, virasmukh, tastelessness of mouth. As you are aware, the loss of taste is very much reported in COVID patients. So stabd, supt, numbness, heaviness. So if we see the symptoms mentioned in Charak Samhita of Amajwar are very similar to symptoms of mild stage of COVID. Now, the next stage is Pachyaman Avastha mentioned in Charak Samhita. If the symptoms are not treated, and if the COVID is not treated in the first stage, then it enters into Pachyaman Jwar. The symptoms of Pachyaman Jwar are high-grade fever, excessive thirst, delirium, dyspnea, giddiness, excess evacuation of waste, diarrhea. And if this stage is not treated well, patient will enter into Sannipata Jwar. Sannipata Jwar, feeling of high fever, even sometimes feeling of cold, hypothermia, pains in bones, pricking pain in throat, drowsiness, delusion, cough, breathlessness, anorexia, giddiness, burning sensation of tongue, excessive fatigue, then sweat, urine, stool are reduced because of delayed evacuation. Body is not excessively emaciated, constant kunjan, cooing sound, urticaria, and patient speaks less, inflammation of srotas, heaviness in abdomen. So these are the symptoms which are seen in Sannipatas. So they are the similar which are found in critical stage of the COVID-19 as reported by various medical journals and various researchers. So we can, as Ayurvedic practitioner, I thought of that we should treat the patients of COVID on the basis of Samhitas, on the basis of treatment of Jwar mentioned in Samhitas. So I compared the mild to moderate symptom with Amajwar and severe symptom with Pachyaman Jwar and critical symptoms with Sannipata Jwar. So as far as management of Jwar is concerned, so this is the Sutra: Langhan, Svedan, Kal, Yavagu, Tiktras drugs, and Pachan drugs, Pachan Dravya or Pachan drugs. So this already has been discussed by past speakers. For Amapachan, various vegetables are used in Ayurveda. Ginger is Ampachan, garlic is Ampachan, turmeric, and even the cane pepper is Ampachan. Ayurvedic dietary supplement for the treatment of Amaj and Pachyaman Jwar for arresting the progression of the disease. COVID-19 patients with mild clinical symptoms do not require hospitalization. They can be treated with following Ayurvedic medicines or supplements to tackle jwar, cough, respiratory distress. So Mahasudarshan Churan we are using in West for treating first stage of the COVID-19 when the patients are coming to our clinic with the mild symptoms. Generally, we recommend COVID-19. We generally we recommend Mahasudarshan Churan. Endographis is also available in West. We also give endographis. Guduchi capsules are also available, and basil capsules are also available. Generally, we prescribe Mahasudarshan Churan, endographis, Guduchi, and basil tulsi extract in early stages of COVID. And fortunately, 90% of my patients, they responded very well to these medicines. And even the patients who are critically ill, I told some of the relatives of the patient to give the patient curcumin and boswellia. They both are anti-inflammatory. And one research published on PubMed that curcumin suppression of cytokines release and cytokine storm, a potential therapy for patients with Ebola and other severe viral infection. This is a study which is available on the PubMed. And even one study is available about the Boswellia serrata also as an anti-inflammatory. So this combination is very helpful for Sunni Pathay Jwar, but other symptoms or other condition has to be maintained. If the ventilation is required, if the IV fluids are required, if other management is required, that is also important. And patients, critically ill patients require intensive care unit admission and mechanical ventilation. But these can be added, curcumin and boswellia can be added as additional supplements if the patients want to stop cytokine storm. And for prevention of COVID-19, we recommend ashwagandha, guduchi, and tulsi extract. There is one study available on the PubMed targeting COVID-19 main proteins through active phytochemicals of Ayurvedic medicinal plants Vidania somnifera, Tinospora cordifolia, and Ocimum sanctum. This was a study done by Dr. Yamini Bhushan Tripathi and others. They found active phytoconstituents of active Ayurvedic medicinal plants, Vidania somnifera, Tinospora cordifolia, and Ocimum sanctum predicted a significantly binder main protease M-Pro and 3Cl-Pro of SARS-CoV-2. In my views, Ayurveda-based supplements are useful as rasayana in pre and post-COVID syndrome. We can also recommend these rasayanas on the basis of Prakriti. Vata people can be prescribed ashwagandha as a preventive drug for COVID, and even it can be used for COVID-19 syndrome. And similarly, Guduchi can be used as a preventive drug or as a preventive rasayana for Pitta patients, and it can be used as a pre and post-COVID rasayana. It can be used as a rasayana for pre and post-COVID syndrome. And Tulsi as a tea can be used, and Tulsi as a tablet or capsules can be used for Kapha people as a preventive drug or as a preventive food supplement for COVID, or it can be used even for the post-COVID patients who are having symptoms of post-COVID syndrome after COVID infection. So this is all about my experience about the usefulness of Ayurveda-based food supplements in COVID infection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was wonderful to hear you that how the Western community of Ayurveda doctors is handling these situations. I'm really sorry for the further speakers. We are getting little late because everybody has a very grand set of knowledge to be shared with them. They are trying to contain within the time limits, but I am really requesting everybody to bear with us and provide us that little extra time what we require. May I request now Dr. Pallavi Sodhi Patankar ji. She is an obesity consultant from Mumbai and is director of Palms Health, Nutrition, Fitness, Yoga and Weight Management Clinic. She was past General Secretary of Asia Oceania Association for Studies in Obesity and past President of All India Association of Advancing Research in Obesity. Let us hear from her the food as a treatment modality now and in future. Dr. Pallavi ji, please.
Dhanvantraya Namaha, and my
Yeah, you are audible, madam.
Audible, okay.
Yeah.
So my sincere thanks to Naveen ji, Sanjay ji, and to respected Ramakrishna Shah ji for giving me this opportunity and seeking blessings of Almighty, my parents, and pranam to all the participants here. I wish to take forward this session. So I hope my screen is visible.
No, you have not shared the screen yet, ma'am.
Just a minute, yeah. Yeah, just
तीन चार मिनट ऊपर हो गए
दो की हुई सी मतलब थोड़ा मैं ऐसे 9:47 पे स्टार्ट किया 47 हाँ और 2-3 मिनट तक पहले थोड़ा इंट्रोडक्शन आ रही सी फिर होया थोड़ा 9:50 पे स्टार्ट हो गया सी फिर बस 11-12 मिनट तक हो गया सी फिनिश देखो
Yes, it is visible now, madam, your screen. You are muted, madam. Please unmute. And you have once again not shared the screen. You have cut down the screen. Yeah.
Okay.
You start speaking, ma'am.
Yeah.
You can start the play of the
you can see the screen now.
I can see the screen. You can play.
Okay. So let's go. Not wasting more time. I wish to start with mentioning the keynotes which I'm going to discuss today. So, importance of ahar. Is the term limited only to food? What needs to be done? Macro and micronutrients and RDA and tips for current crisis and conclusion. So, as we have heard all the scholars here, the Trayastambha, Ahar, Swapna, Brahmacharya iti, among the three Upastambha, Ahar is described as the foremost. To sustain life, Ahar is the most important factor. So this is very interesting. To attain salvation, to get rid of rebirth and achieve the four purushartha, dharma, artha, kam, moksha, the source was through good health of human being. Hence, to optimize and strengthen one's body and spiritual well-being, Ayurveda Shastra and Yoga Shastra were advocated and adopted respectively. The immediate requirement of the body to stay robust is through proper nutrition. Hence, ahar was given utmost importance to an extent that in the Taittiriya Upanishad gives ahar status of supremacy as Brahma or the creator. Acharya Kashyap too mentioned ahar as Mahabhaishajya, the great medicine. Maharishi Chark says, Sukha Sangyam Arogyam Vikaro Dukmecha, meaning proper diet given in proper manner can lead to better health or else it can lead to disease. Importance of Jataragni. The ahar dravya comprising of 6 rasas get transferred into 3 types of vipak, madhur, amla and katu by action of Jataragni. In Charak Sutrasthan, it is well explained a person's bal, arogya, that is health status, ayu, pranaha, utsaha, prabha, all depend on the efficacy of Jataragni. Annarupi indhan, that is food as fuel, is the prime source to keep this Jataragni ignited. Hence, it is very essential to follow the basic norms and standards set by our great acharyas to fit and stay healthy. It is only through Hitkar Ahar, Dinacharya, Rutacharya mentioned in the Shastras, one can keep oneself nirogi, that is devoid of diseases to a great extent. Do you wish to dig the well when you are thirsty? So in this present pandemic, it's not that, we can build up a good health or be fit in a day. We are gifted by Almighty this human body. From the food we eat, how amazing the sapt dhatus are formed. We need to be very careful in the harmony among the various systems, in maintaining the harmony among the various systems of the body. Beautiful illustration is given in Shastras. Before sowing the seed, the way the farmer plows the field and take cares all through to yield a good harvest. Similarly, even before conception, how to prepare the couple, what ahar needs to be taken are so well mentioned in Ayurved. Dr. Lakshmi Kortikar is an expert in that. We just heard him. Masunumas Chikitsa during antenatal period, which particular food and dravya aushadhi should be consumed are so well documented. In short, all through our lifespan, we should keep our health in optimum conditions so that even if we suffer from any health ailment, the body can fight back, even in conditions like we are facing on the ongoing pandemic. So, how important ahar is in current crisis? To get maximum benefit from the food we eat, we should pray before Annagrahan. If you see our ancestors, how they used to do achaman and, make a circle of water around the plate. Eat food quietly, focusing on each and every morsel, thinking it is going to nourish each and every cell in our body. Chew well. This is very interesting. It is said you should masticate 32 times and then eat. Once I was with Dr. Amma Vaidya, Dr. Ashok Vaidya's Mrs. She is a reproductive endocrinologist. I like her statement. She mentioned, you should drink your solids and you should eat your liquids. That means you should masticate so well that all your enzymes are mixed in the mouth itself. So we move further. Do not eat food in hurry. Very well explained in Charak Vimansthan. Similarly, food should not be eaten slowly. One should not talk, laugh while eating food. Not to eat food late night. This is the biggest blunder which is happening these days. And especially in this current pandemics, we should really stick to the time when one should eat food. No watching television. One should eat food in clean, quiet place. We should project as role models to our upcoming generation. Now, here I have shown you this picture of food being served on a banana leaf. This is just a few days ago when Ganesh ji virajman hue apne gharon mein. So this was the Naivedya shown in my house, and my two grandkids, they were so fascinated to see how food is served on banana leaf, and the food was so delicious. It was simple rice varan with pure homemade ghee, and you can see the items. And these are the things which we need to play as a role model and show it to our kids, how even sitting in a pangat is so effective when you are having your meals. How important is ahar in current crisis? Macro and micronutrients. Proper nourishment is utmost important during the pandemic and preventing the infection. Good sattvic meals, freshly prepared, no stale stuff, at proper intervals should be taken. Micronutrients like carbohydrates, protein, fats, and micronutrients like mineral, vitamins, and trace elements like zinc, iodine, selenium should be included. Now, I didn't go much into details, but as you all know, from our calories which we consume in a day, 45 to 65% should be from carbohydrates. Protein should be about 0.8 grams per kg body weight, and fats also should be around 22 to 35% in your whole daily meal. So in the present scenario, very essential to add vitamin C, as it arms the white blood corpuscles, the defense mechanism of the body to fight disease, and it greatly helps in absorption of iron. As we see how badly in COVID-19 the blood clotting takes place, and the ferritin is broken down, and that's how there's a lot of blood loss, hemoglobin drops. So it becomes very essential to add the right food. Amla, lemon, orange, bell pepper, broccoli, sweet lime, rajma, and the king of fruit, mango, are good source of vitamin C. You need about 65 to 95 milligrams of vitamin C per day, but it can even go to 2 grams per day. Zinc too plays a very important role. It helps to protect and safeguard the cell membrane. It also essential for functioning of 350 enzymes in the body. It boosts immunity, helps in metabolism and growth of the body. Men need about 11 milligram of zinc per day, and women need about 8 milligram. I have specifically mentioned these two because they have a very vital role to play to safeguard the cell membrane, which is affected in COVID-19 infection. Shellfish, meat, eggs, dairy products, lentils, chickpeas, green peas, green beans, pumpkin seeds, flax seeds, almonds, cashew nuts are good source of zinc. The right cookware and valuable tips. We must have seen our parents, grandparents cook food in earthen, iron, brass cookware, and serve food too in silver, copper, bronze, and brass utensils. As doing so, it increases the nutritive value of food and it makes it tasty. You must have also noticed kheer, firni, custard, etc. decorated with silver foil. Also, our favorite kaju katli is decorated with silver foil. Why? These trace elements play a vital role in rog pratikar kshamta. It boosts one's immunity. If you have pure gold coins, don't keep it in the cupboard. Drop it in your drinking water. It will be helpful. Store your drinking water in silver, copper, bronze, or earthenware, as all this adds to nutritive value of ahar and water. Earth, Prithvi itself is a storehouse of minerals and trace elements. Storing drinking water or cooking in earthenware adds to immense nutritive value to your food. Ancient texts like Ayurved Prakash, Tarangini has expressed the immense medicinal properties of metals like gold, silver, and mica for longevity. So is the term ahar limited only to food and beyond? So here I would like to throw light and even seek opinion from the scholars here. The air we breathe keeps us alive. In our normal life routine, we generally breathe shallow, not to our full lung capacity. Yoga Shastra teaches us various ways of pranayam. Why? Because the sages knew the importance of breath. We can stay without food for a few days, without water for a few hours, but we cannot survive without breathing. This cosmic energy is our prana. Hence, this too should be looked upon as ahar. The oxygen supply which we get from the air we breathe enriches our hemoglobin levels. People who are anemic do have poor appetite. Their Jataragni is weak and they have poor digestion too. Similarly, Surya Prakash, the bones can synthesize vitamin D only in presence of sunlight. This too is ahar. New studies show with low levels of vitamin D are likely to acquire COVID-19 infection. This has to be looked upon. Dinacharya clearly mentions Abhyang, then Vyayam, Udvartan, and then Snan. Through Abhyang, you are nourishing the body. With Udvartan, the pores of the skin open up. This is also a form of ahar. After a good massage and Vyayam, you feel hungry. Your Jataragni is pradip, which again helps in robust digestion and making one's immunity strong and increasing longevity. Skin is the largest organ of the body. It even takes up some of the workload of the kidneys. So I would end up conclusion in this pandemic, follow the rules and regulations advised by the medical fraternity and government authorities. Have healthy eating lifestyle, avoid chilled, cold, oily, spicy food, junk food, eat homemade, freshly cooked food. This is very important, especially in today's environment, what the whole world is facing. It's very advisable that we avoid circumstances where we may fall ill and which will lead to further deterioration of our health. So sleep well, as among Treya Upstam, Nidra is second in order. It is only during adequate sound sleep the mind and the body distress. There are so many studies conducted on how sound sleep is so important for health. Exercise or yoga abhyas increases your cardiovascular and musculoskeletal endurance, very essential to keep your cells well nourished. Meditation is also a very essential component as it boosts one's self-confidence. Here I would like to mention, like when a patient comes to you, there have been incidents where a domestic help came to me with just sneezing and severe fatigue in the body. And by the time her test could be done, because of the heavy rains and money which she could arrange, it was almost 10 days past and she proved positive. But when she was with me, I told her, you have to fight this challenge which we all are facing, and building up their morale and telling them to do pranayam and meditation takes them a long way in fighting this pandemic. So here I just wish to say ki eating in the right style, cooking in the right this thing is very important, earthenwares. And with this, where is my thank you gone? I end up and thank you.
Thank you very much, Pallavi ji.
Yeah.
It was really wonderful to hear you. And you have raised a very appropriate question. When we talk about ahara, should we limit only to the food? That is a question every Ayurveda experts or probably every physician must answer. And once that is answered, then probably it will be easy for us to move further and go for more understanding and elaborate food intakes and other aspects of the food which you have raised. Now we have one of the finest experts on public health. She is Master in Public Health from Harvard, MD in Family Medicine, and PhD in Ayurveda. The Fulbright scholar from West coming to Varanasi for learning Ayurveda at doctorate level. She is clinical associate professor of medicine at Weill Cornell Medical College. She is Fulbright specialist for global public health and she has many articles published, known worldwide for her knowledge and understanding of medical fraternity well. May I request and welcome Dr. Bhashwati Bhattacharya to present her views. Dr. Bhashwati, please, I'm sorry once again that I have delayed you because everybody is speaking so elaborately. I could not resist them. Thank you, ma'am. Please. You have to unmute, ma'am. Yep.
Okay, thank you so much.
Our topic is food as medicine and food as poison. Thank you, Bhashwati madam.
Namaste to everyone. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me, and thanks to especially my students who have taken time to be here today. I'm going to speak in English, obviously. And we're going to carry on from the excellent presentations that have been occurring tonight, talking about food. So what we're going to focus on is food when it's medicine and when it's poison. So in the beginning, I would like to thank my gurus who have taught me and have actually dragged me into Ayurveda. As Nadi Guru said, I have been an allopathic specialist and a public health specialist for many, many years. And my journey actually comes from not understanding why medical doctors are so uneducated and hypocritical about food. Not only do they eat very poorly and get sick very early, but they don't know how to advise anyone. And when they say we want evidence-based medicine or we want very strong evidence, the evidence changes every few years. And so they are in a very tough place that 1 month they're saying that milk is very good for ulcers. Another month they're saying milk is causing ulcers. 1 month they're saying that olive oil is good, then they're saying olive oil is bad. Then they're saying mustard oil is good, then they're banning mustard oil because it is having poison. So the knowledge always changes and they don't know what to say. So when I was brought into Ayurveda, it actually helped me to learn so much about food as medicine. And I had to bridge the gap with why food is poison. And in fact, food is poison because in the modern day, people do not understand how to take what they're learning either in dietetics or nutrition or medicine or even in Ayurveda and to translate it to practical things going on. So I'm just going to take you through 6 different foods. My sources that I use tend to be the classics. Why? Because the classic people knew, the Vaidyas, we'll call them the wise men or the rishis, knew what foods were actually good for us and which ones weren't. What's happened today is we are interpreting things. The Sanskrit needs to be interpreted, and I teach my students this regularly. We go through the Shastras, shloka by shloka. So for example, there are 2 sets that I primarily use. One is the Ashtanga Hridayam Sutrastan. Chapter 6 talks about solid foods, Anna Swarupa, and chapter 5 talks about Drava Dravya Vignan, and that's the kind of liquid or semi-solid foods. And then there's a quadruplet of 4 chapters, which is the Charaka Samhita, chapters 25 through 28, which many of our earlier speakers have been quoting from. And there are a few other chapters in other books like Bhava Prakash, which was mentioned. So these are some of the books. So you can take a screenshot of this. My students all have these books and the slides. These textbooks have occurred in different parts of India and over different eras, means thousands of years apart from each other. And the rules still hold. So the physicians who are speaking today are not changing their words for every couple of decades. They are speaking the same things because Ayurveda understood foods from 5,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, and up until the 12th century, where some of these books were made. We'll go through just a few examples from these particular food groups, and we'll start with the Knowledge Bank of the International Rice Research Institute, where they say that around the world, rice makes up about 25 to 35% of the diet, and that's shown in blue. Wheat is also a popular grain, and that makes up 20 to 25% of the diet. Meat is this very small, you can actually see it here more. It's just this small orange color, and that makes up a very small amount of most people's food. And then all of this rest is the other that they say. This is the vegetables, seeds, nuts, oils, and fruits. This is important to keep in mind because we are not understanding about the rice, the wheat, the meats, and many of the vegetables when we're eating. So that takes us to the idea of what do people eat? What percentage of India is vegetarian? If you just look at this map generally, you'll see in the green area, the people are quite large portions are vegetarian. Haryana is the most. If you don't know the map of India, you can see that this is the north and the west part of the country. And in the rest of the country, there's actually a very small percentage of people who are vegetarian. Now, why is that important? Because the FDA, so you all know that I spend some of my time in India and some of my time in America, and I'm always contrasting and comparing the different diets and explaining them to the students. This is important because the FDA back in what's called the old pyramid told us that we had to have a certain amount of meat, and this had to be a portion of our diet. Otherwise, we would be sick. This is the essential food pyramid. And people kept saying, well, if you go and look in India, all those people are sick, or all those people are malnourished, or if you go to, vegetarian cultures. What we found is actually it's not true. And with many people from India moving to the West in the last 50 years, and so many of them being 100% vegetarian and not getting sick and not dying of malnutrition, the FDA finally got pressured in 2011, imagine how late that was, to redo the food pyramid to say that you should have proteins and not necessarily meat. So instead of saying meat and fish and poultry, they said proteins such as meat. So the people that come up with these pyramids are the US Department of Agriculture and the various, this is US Department of Agriculture. You can go to this website and see how the history of how to quote unquote eat healthy. There are a lot of lobbies that decide how our food is. If you haven't heard of the 7 deadly whites, this is a fantastic lecture that I was asked to give by the Canadian Association, who was having a conference on environment and health a few years ago. And so I went and did all of this research before I actually used some of it for the Ayurvedic nutrition classes. And we talked about the 7 deadly whites. Why are they deadly? Because they've all been processed from things that we know as being essential. So I'm just going to take you through 6 of these. And I'll just ask Sanjay ji that when you feel that I've talked for too long, you just come back on the screen and just wave to me and I will stop. So I'll see how much of the 6 foods I can tell you about. Let's start with salt. So salt is obviously medicine. It is absolutely needed. And in chapter 6 of the Ashtanga Hridayam, it is told that not only is it tasty for us, but we need it. In fact, you'll see animals going to mountainsides and going to places where they know that salt beds are, and they will go and they will lick the salt. This is one of the essential lickables. So someone talked about the 4 ways of eating food. Licking is one of the main. What we tend to do today is not lick, because we have had people create salt in crystal form for us. And in fact, if you go to parts of Eastern Europe, salt is so essential because the foods are not as rich in spices often. They have these caves where they actually lay in the beds and they take in the inhalation of the salt, and it's actually quite good for them. These are modern type of salt caves where the entire floor and the walls are all made of salt. And the idea is that salt not only clears the pranavaha shrotas, or the lungs, but it's also essential for us to take it into our body. There's a very high salt intake now, and it's considered to be dangerous because what we are doing is taking in white salt. The leading country of salt consumption, according to the WHO, this is 2-year-old data, is China, and then Montenegro, Portugal, and you'll see India way up here, number 6. Actually, 6 is pretty high if you look at the entire world, and number 8 is the United States, and number 10 is Canada. We all take in a lot of salt. Now, why is that dangerous? There was actually a man who started a system of medicine, a very philosophical system of medicine, Rudolf Steiner, who wrote a book about salt, mercury, and sulfur, and how these are essential for fortifying the body. And yet, what do we hear today? We only hear about salt as being very dangerous, and we hear about it being associated with hypertension, and everyone is told to lower salt. So people are confused and they come to me and say, what kind of salt should I have? There are many different kinds of salt, and you can see there's just 4 or 5 kinds here. There's actually about 25 different kinds of salt. One of them that's become very popular is Himalayan salt. And this Himalayan salt is actually thought to be the same as Saindav and the same as Kala Namak, and there's a lot of ignorance about it. So I went to a webpage of one of our friends. He is one of the main consultants for Organic India, which many of you know. His name is Prashanti the Jagger. He is a European who's been living in America and also lives in Goa for much of the year. And what he did is he made Ayurvedic black salt. And this picture here is a video of him making black salt, where he tells us that what he does is he takes rocks of Himalayan crystal, and he takes greigite, which is this iron sulfur rock, basically. It's a compound. And then he makes it, he puts it into an earthen vessel, and then he actually heats it up with the trifla fruits, some water, obviously, and then puts this whole compound together and heats it to 800 degrees centigrade. And that is actually how we make black salt. And this black salt is very, very precious. It's got natural sulfur in it. And this is what we call the pink salt, the Kala Namak. So this is the coming out of this hari. Most people do not know how it's made, and they think that Saindav is the exact same thing as Himalayan salt. It's not. There are several sources of it, but Saindav comes from Sindhu, which is along the Sindhu River, which is now in Western terms called the Indus River. And there are different salt banks along the Sindhu, which we should be aware of because they have different chemical compositions, obviously. So there are a lot of different sources of salt. In India, the main sources are not only sea. We have all heard of Gandhiji making salt as a silent protest against the British, but there are also lakes and there are rocks in the Himalayas that source this. Let's move to sugar. So sugar is obviously sweet, and there is a big misconception about sugar. So if you go to the source of much of sugar, there's actually dates. There are 2 or 3 different sources of sugar, but I'm going to talk about sugar cane. So if you see the little boy here, he's actually eating sugar cane. So if you go to chapter 5 of the Ashtanga Hridayam, they talk about sugar cane juice. And they say that if you have, and there's actually different varieties, right? It's a plant. So there are different genes and different species of sugar cane. If you actually take the Saccharum officinarum, which is this tall sugar cane, and you eat it with your mouth, it has a very, very good, not only taste, but it's very good for the body. It is heavy, it is unctuous, it is going to generate kapha, but it's going to be healthy kapha. And because it's sita in potency, it's not going to raise your pitta. And it has some very lovely effects. It can cure pitta diseases, and it is only when it's chewed. So actually, my very good friend, he was in school, and this is back in the 80s, and he got hepatitis from somewhere. And he was a student union president, and he was very sick. And he went into the main hospital where all the allopathic doctors treated him, and they couldn't get rid of his jaundice, and they just didn't know how to treat it. So his grandmother called him and said, "Ghar aao, come home." And she took him, the students all drove him home to his place in Bihar, and he was given by his grandmother sugarcane sticks and told, "You're going to chew these." He said, "No, can you mechanically change it for me and make it easier?" And he said, his grandmother said, "No, you have to chew on it." So 3 times a day, he chewed these sugar canes. You can see the sugar canes here in the picture, and he would get a big stick. And when you chew it, it turns out within 3 days, his jaundice came down, which the modern doctors were not able to do. So the question is, what's going on? In the Ashtanga Hridayam, this is 2000 years ago, it says that sugarcane from juices is not good for you. And it's basically saying that when you mechanically extract or press the sugarcane and take the sugar out, it is not good for the body. It alters the properties of it. And so what you should do is cut the ends of it, the roots and the tips that have oftentimes the focus of where animals eat it, and then you should chew on it. So you can see this child here chewing on this. Why does this work? So we know that sugars are good, but only when they're plant sugars. Oh, sorry, this slide is out of order. So when we chew on this, what is the reasons? So Professor Gopi Krishna, who was one of the teachers in the Dinacharya masterclasses, mentioned that there's some research going on now that's showing that the lignins, which are part of sugarcane, which are kind of in the phloem, the xylem and phloem are anatomical kind of tubular channels. They're kind of like the blood vessels of the sugarcane. When we chew on it, the saliva activates those lignins. And that is what allows the change in the sugar so that it actually becomes medicinal. Whereas when we mechanically extract it, we add energies which are not that healthy for our bodies, but we also deprive them of those lignins. The lignins stay in the sugarcane and we just extract out the liquid, because in the ignorance of the West, it's thought that it's just the chemical that's important. So, you know, what we're here doing here is we're taking the Shastras and we're dumbing them down for the scientists and the medical doctors who cannot understand the depth of the wisdom because they're only thinking on chemical and physical terms. So when we have the karma of chewing on the sugar, it helps. So that, of course, we have to mention sugar. Some people say, well, I'm diabetic, so I'm going to have artificial sweeteners. There have been a series of studies. Now they're being suppressed. But if you go back about 5 years ago, you would see a bunch of studies that show that the non-nutritive sweeteners are actually not so good for the body. And it brings up in Ayurveda the principle of prajnaparad. Prajnaparad is the idea that we are making a mistake and really not being wise when we mistake and take foods in a way that they're not intended. So these kind of sucralose and aspartame and various names in various countries of these artificial sweeteners are not good. So my patients will say, well, then how will I get to these sugarcane? It's tough. In today's world, it's a lot easier to just take sugar easily in a packet. The next best thing is to take either gur, which can be made from sugarcane, or from dates, or misri. And I didn't put a picture of the rock sugar, but the rock sugar, when it crystallizes around rock, so if you make a container of sugar cane and then you dry it, if you just dry it until the water's completely gone, it'll just be crystal sugar. But if you take it and you put a rock sugar and you just hang the sugar to it, it will naturally form rocks around the original rock, and you'll get a whole cube, not a cube, but an entire amorphous rock sugared substance. And that is misri. What is happening chemically, that when you hang a rock sugar and you have the sugar come and make structures around it, that it's more healthy for our body than crystalline sugar. It has yet to be taught to the mainstream of people. But we know that if you cannot have sugarcane juice freshly eaten by your mouth, then the very good thing you can do is take jaggery. Let's talk about rice. So rice has a place in almost everyone's, maybe not in the Arctic, but in most parts of the world, you can get rice. And most people do not understand where rice comes from. And that's a big problem. So I'm just going to take you through a few points here. If you go into the prepared foods of Krita Anna Varga, you will see that there are several ways of making rice. I think I put it here. So we have in Krita Anna, they talk about having the very watery rice, which is here, a little bit less watery, which is peya. We have different we'll say water and rice mixtures. And then we have odana, which is the cooked rice that's completely dry. If you are in the middle of COVID season, you want to have something that is very easy to digest. Manda is actually the easiest to digest. And peya, which is kanji, many of you have heard of ganji or kanji, That's the second easy. It just has a little bit less water than the absolutely watery, only watery liquid portion of the manda. And so the peya is considered to be one of the most wholesome, and it's actually very good to relieve inflammation, fevers, abdominal disorders, and weakness, as well as exhaustion. And when people are very hungry and thirsty, peya or kanji, same thing, is considered to be the best. Now, then you'll ask, well, what should I make it out of? What kind of rice should I make it out of? And what is that about? So when we look at rice, this is actually wheat right there, we should actually dry it, or we should keep it for a long time. And this is not done for the most part. People don't even know how old their rice is. Your rice should be 180 days old. And the way in which you store it, the way in which you process it out of the storage and get it ready out of its husk, and then the way in which you cook it, all make a difference. So if you go again to the knowledge bank, you will see that there's the rice, there's a little coating over it that's called the bran, and then there's a big husk over it. So what you see here is the husk, and then inside you see this rice. Now, if it is processed in a way where this bran comes off, then you can see here, the paddy goes in, and some of the stuff is right here. It's brown rice, which means that this bran is there. And then sometimes they'll even process it further, so it's all white rice. So if you take this paddy that's like this and you boil it as it is, then you will get brown rice. So brown rice is simply this same white rice with the bran on it and the husk on it when you submerge it in water to process it. And that processed water, or that processed rice, is then taken and it's threshed. And when it's threshed, that's when that paddy, that husk, comes off, and the stems that you saw here come off, and then you get just the grains and you get rice. So I've shown you white rice here. I've shown you, well, this is just the water of it. And I've shown you some brown rice here. The best rice, however, according to Vagbata, this is the Ashtanga Hridayam Sutrastan, chapter 6, once again, is he says the best variety is the red rice. This is the Raktashali. And it is the balanced combination of all 5 Panchamahabhutas. It is the most patya of all the rices. And not only does it pacify thirst and the 3 doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, but it is the most, it's the agraya, it's the most favorable rice. It's also very good when you're rehabilitating. So for people that are coming out of COVID or people starting to get sick, it is the most bioassimilable. And I hope that Dr. Madan, who has his first degree in agriculture, who's speaking after this, that he will talk about the fact that rice is the most bioassimilable solid food that we have on earth. So if you learn about it in the West, they'll just go through a grain and they'll say the grain has these properties. The reason that I put this up is that different rices have different properties. There are so many different local rices that are there. And the best thing that you can do, if you're wondering, how do I take what Pashwati is saying and making it practical, go and find local rice. It's very easy here in Udupi, where I'm living now, to get local rice and to get aged rice, which is at least 6 months old, or you buy it and you store it for 6 months to make sure. That makes it more digestible. It gives it a lower glycemic index, which is obviously not an Ayurveda term. It's a Western nutrition term, and it makes it more healthy. But you should not think that there's only one kind of rice just because the genetically modified rices are all the same. So what should you eat it with? There were a series of studies done at NYU, New York University, by Marion Nessel, who is a food scientist. And she showed that in almost every culture, rice and beans come together, and they actually help the rice to digest with the bean, and they help the bean to digest with the rice. So if you look in North India, we have dal chawal. If you look in South India, we have dosa, we have idli, we have sambar. If you look in Mexico, you have rice and beans. If you look in Africa, you have red rice and beans. If you look at most of the cultures, they have some kind of bean and some kind of rice together. In China, it's very common to eat rice with beans, and they have different kinds of bean paste, like the soybean. In Japan, they also have. So these kind of combinations actually help us to digest that rice. We can also parch it and fry it, and that's very good for Atisara. It's actually one of the shresh, it's one of the best things that you can do if you are having a sense of vomiting. It's one of the best foods that you can give someone if they're feeling like they need to vomit. Obviously, if they need to vomit, it's a vega, so you should let them vomit. But if it's something like a seasickness, you can feed them. We call this lai or laja or muri or murmura. It all has different names, but it's the puffed rice. The other one is poha, and poha is very good in strengthening, but it can cause constipation. And for people who are eating a lot of poha now during the COVID times, it's not so good for you. So overall, the thick rice is the best. This is the thickest one, the vilepi, or the earlier one that I showed you, which was called kanji. There's one other part that I want to mention because a lot of people will eat rice with vegetables, and that is that Ayurveda teaches us that in the Kritta Anna, the prepared foods, that you should never make soups with just dry leafy vegetables. You should always saute them in oil and then eat them. So a lot of people are moving into soups as we go into the autumn, and you should always take them and saute them in oil and then add them to soup or to dal. You should not add them raw because it's considered to be not good for the eyes, and it's considered to be vitiating for the doshas if you take raw vegetables and just take them through. Flour. So flour is our fourth of 6. And there's a lot I can say about flour, but I'm going to summarize it by saying that in 1941, when the commercial production of wheat flour was started, that they found that the flour processing actually takes out riboflavin, which is B2, vitamin B2, vitamin D, and several minerals. And they actually found that it's detrimental to health. So I called one of the food chemistry engineering specialists who's here in Udupi, and he said, absolutely, it's actually poison to eat this kind of white flour. So what can you do? What you should do is take these berries, which are called wheat berries. You should get a hand mill, and you should actually make your own coarse wheat flour, because when you purchase this flour, absolutely, the bran has been taken out, the coating, the germ has been taken out. And the process of doing that by these commercial companies actually takes the wheat and makes it into poison, where in our bodies, it sucks out the vitamin B that we have available, and therefore creates a lot of problems for our liver, because our liver is a big source of vitamin B. That's talking, obviously, modern nutrition. Ayurveda never talked about processed wheat flour. They always had whole wheat flour, which was whole, not whole because it's brown, but unprocessed with the wheat and the germ flour. So this is something that you should be considering. Let's talk about one of our favorite substances, milk. So milk is actually poison in the West, and it's become poison in India thanks to a certain person who started a certain milk company that has 4 letters in it. That's $1 billion industry. Why? Because when we drink milk out of packets and it's homogenized and pasteurized, the homogenization changes the nature of the fats, which are our actual building blocks that we need. If we have not only organic, which means that the food of the cows is proper, but we have unhomogenized, unpasteurized milk, we take it from the cow and we slow boil it until there's bubbles. That is the best way to take it. Almost no one does that today. We buy we buy milk in these either jugs or in bottles or in packets. And that is so bad for our body that we just don't think about it. We also drink it cold. And there are shlokas that tell us that drinking cold milk is very, very bad for us. It does have good properties, the biggest of which is it's one of the most Oja Vardak, means it builds ojas in our body. So I had become quite sick some years ago, and I was trying to figure out how to heal myself. And so I decided to move to India, where I can get cow milk from the farm. And what I realized is that in Kolkata, Delhi, and Bombay, you're not allowed to have cows. It's considered to be a pollution. So I chose to do my Fulbright in Benares, where I had a man bring me cow milk. You have to bring your own pan. He would pour you exactly 1 liter, and you get that once or twice a day. And I found that naturally, without any other help, I lost 20 kilos. And the question was how? Because milk is considered to be one of the most nutritive foods. It builds our ojas and it can build our agni if we don't drink it cold. It is ojavardak. It is jivaniyam, and that is why we call the cow mother, because when a child dies, when a child is born and the mother dies in childbirth and the child needs to be fed something after 3 or 4 months, what to feed it? You can actually take cow milk, dilute it in water when the child has lost its mother. And it's one of the only substances you can give that the child will not die. So if you have not done it yet, it's really worth it for you to think about where to get actual cow milk. I didn't put the slide in here that talks about the kind of cow. It should be a Vedic cow that has a hump on its back and not these other modified cows, which we say are more like big dogs and not like Vedic cows. But the A2 milk is a whole discussion about what actual milk is. We'll talk about oil. So oil is a very important product that goes into our body, and we don't spend a lot of time talking about it. There are only really 4 healthy oils. One is ghee, which we talked about a little bit. Well, we didn't talk about it in detail when we talked about milk. There's sesame, there's coconut, and there's mustard. And almost every other oil is actually artificially processed to the point where it's not good for you. Rapeseed is the other name for canola. Safflower oil is not so good for you, and linseed oil is also not so good for you. And there are shlokas that tell us that the processing of those oils are not good for the human body. If you have questions about this, you can go and read about the need for having cholesterol in our body and having healthy oils, not having those unhealthy ones, but to have olive oil. I'm going to not go through all of the food rules. These were really covered well by several of the physicians before me, but you should know that the way in which you prepare your foods, the qualities of the substances by the way that you select them, the time of day, the season, as well as the species that you select, and the way that you combine them with other substances, the yoga, as well as the amount you take, the matra. These all affect the way in which something is healthy or not healthy for you. So in COVID times, when people can't get food as easily as they could before because they're sitting at home, maybe their sabjiwala doesn't drive the cart next to their house every day. What do? They tend to have too much of one thing and not enough variety. There's also the idea of how to cook and the different ways in which to prepare our foods. And so if you do it in a way that's not compatible with that substance, you will not have the medicinal effect. There are also several components that you should think about, and this is something that the traditional meals have thought up in the way that they compose all the foods together. Every food, to be a complete bhojan, a complete diet, should be jivana brahmana, lekhana bhedana, sandhanya, and deepana. Means it should give life, it should build your body up and not be too light for you. It should scrape away the things that don't need to be in your gut, and it should break the things that don't need to be in your gut. It should have a capacity for coming together and building your fire. And if you look at foods, they are actually medicinal if you eat them in the way that they should be eaten. So if you look at these 8 defects, we actually overcook. We insufficiently cook. Someone talked about, cooking on campfires insufficiently. We sometimes, maybe we don't eat contaminated food, but we have wrong combinations. We have too dry foods. Sometimes food's a little bit burnt, so we go ahead and eat it. We have foods that are virupa, and we certainly eat foods out of season. These are not good for us. And Ayurveda has already told us this. If we pay attention to some of these rules, we will find that we can eat simpler, and we can do what is ultimately required from everything that we've talked about, which is to build your Agni. If you don't build your Agni, it doesn't matter what you're eating. Those foods are not going to become part of your body. They're not going to become building blocks, and you're not going to be able to consider it nutrition. It will not be nutrition. It will actually be harm, and it will either be ama or it will be dangerous for you. So with that, I'd like to end and dedicate this session to my mother, who died just a few weeks ago. She was the one that taught me to cook, taught me to eat, and taught me what food is about. And I dedicate this session to her and her infinite wisdom in teaching me. And I thank you for listening to me. Thank you to everyone who has invited me and who has listened to me. Namaste.
Thank you, Bhashwati ji. It was as expected, and you really kept yourself to the reputation you had. And we are really enlightened for those common food products which we are using, and they can become poison because of our unawareness. And now, as you have very rightly said, we have with us none other than Dr. Madan Thangavelluji, who is an agriculturist by starting of his career, later became a genetic scientist, and of course, and very well known personality in genetics, and worked in Ayurveda field also. He is one of those prominent pulse experts in United Kingdom, seated in Cambridge, and has developed European Association of Ayurveda. May I request Madan Thangavellu sir to provide us the insights what Dr. Bhaswati has pointed to, how that agricultural alterations have manifested into food distortion which has created the disease process in our life. Madan Thangavellu sir, I welcome you on this platform. Please, you can unmute.
Sanjay ji Pranam. Namaskar to all the very learned, wise people who are here with us. I hope you can, number one, before I proceed, I hope you can hear me clearly, Sanjay ji.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Or do you want me to put a microphone on or something, or is it clear enough?
You, sir, because we can hear you nicely.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, Bhaswati ji, thank you so much. Most of all, I want to thank the previous speakers. We've had a collection of amazing speakers here. And I want to thank Anupama ji, Krishnan ji from Kottakkal, and Shilpa ji, and Mukund ji. Mukund ji's presentation is inspiring. I hope my talk will take us a little closer to the space that Mukund ji has generated for us. So I will take you through some aspects of where the next analysis is and the way it is consistent with Ayurveda. And the questions that have come out about whether sugar and good, new good versus old good, and what is the biochemistry, what is the molecular biology, and where is the body sensing these differences. So I hope by the time I go through my presentation, you will get some of the details. So thank you so much. If I may share my screen now.
Yeah, you can.
Now, before I set off, I just want to thank several organizations I'm connected with. I'll run here from the top. The Ayush Valley Foundation, just like the Ayush Darpan Foundation. We are based in Kerala, in Shoranur, the town which also has the Central Institute for Panchakarma, and the European Ayurveda Association based in Germany. I also am advisor to the United Kingdom's all-party parliamentary group on Indian traditional sciences. In one of my earlier presentations, I have mentioned that the group on Indian traditional sciences in the parliament is the only group, as far as we know, found in any parliament in the world. And a few other groups I want to thank, particularly this Frederiana University Popolare in Florence, Italy, and the Medical University of Graz in Austria. These are many of the groups here in Europe who are very interested in Ayurveda and interested in learning more about the basic principles of Ayurveda. My details are here. Please do get in touch if you have any concerns and questions. This is where we are in healthcare today. We have taken the human body here and broken it into so many little pieces. We seem to understand many, many things about the human body in such great detail that we have almost forgotten the human body. We don't know how this human body works in entirety together. And how can we come back to this integrated vision of the human body? And I advocate for using AYUSH principles, and I call it the AYUSH prism. The AYUSH prism does both of these things. Being man at the center of the prism, it is able to look at all the many colors within the human body. And when it helps you put all of those bits of knowledge back through the prism to give you a holistic description of health. And this is not only for health in terms of the health of the body, but also its many connections with the outside, with the environment. Now we are celebrating the Silver Jubilee of the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences in Karnataka. And Modi ji was there inaugurating, and this was his message to the members of the university, that you are on to its 25th, you're only 25 years old, you're in the prime of your youth. So think bigger, think bolder. And I think much of what we have discussed today is based on that vision. And I just want to show how we might be able to connect with this bigger, bolder vision that Modi ji wants us all to think about. And Modi ji was also released research publications from the entire university, which has a huge collection of colleges, 54 medical colleges, 43 Ayurveda colleges, Unani colleges, homeopathy colleges, yogic science colleges, etc., etc. Quite a rich collection. Now, all this is available in our country. And as Sanjay ji knows, this is our prime key university in Jamnagar, and their publication, which has been going on for many years. I've highlighted one paper here from many of the papers here, and this is based on a keyword search I did for Netra Darpana. And you'll see, you'll recognize all of the authors here. I'll come back to this. And the question I want to raise here is, are we ourselves understanding what is going on in the country? Are we familiar with our literature? Are we familiar with what they are offering us? And are we able to connect it with the needs of the world? This is where the world is today in terms of healthcare. Healthcare expenses globally are continuing to rise, but disappointingly, there is no improvement in health. So the typical example is what is happening today, this COVID crisis. We spend a lot of money on health care, but when it's time to get some benefits out of it, we don't have an answer. And just to give you an idea of the scale at which this expenses go on, here is the research and development investment in 5 years ago for the top, these are the top 20 spenders for R&D. And you will see that there are many companies here who spend a huge amount of money, and none of them could provide us any help at a time of need like now. So there is a problem there. And how can we connect with this thing? And hence the title of my talk on taste therapeutics. And there is no better place to look at all this than Ayurveda. These expenses are set to rise. And here is an example of a projection for 5 years on of 2024 and the 10 top selling products in the world. And many of them relate to cancer. And there is a reason why this is, because this is a very profitable area. And this is how it will stay. And where do we go from here? How do we come out of these kind of difficulties that many companies in the world have pushed us into. Is there a way out? Everybody talks about pandemics. Here is an example of a food-related pandemic, much greater than in proportions than what we are seeing today for COVID. This is what we have. Food-related problems, obesity. Pallavi ji is there, who knows a lot about this, and related diabetes, hypertension, lifestyle diseases, stress, mental health, when in fact all of this is preventable. Many of our earlier speakers touched on areas that are very closely related to this. But what is clear is today, there could be almost 2 billion adults of 18 years or old who are overweight. Is there a therapy for this? Maybe there is, and maybe Ayurveda offers many of these therapies already. Lankana being one, and so many others. Maybe you can have other kinds of interventions too. Now, there is an understanding in policymakers and policymaking corridors, particularly here in Europe, that we need to shift from cure to prevention and primary care. And this is being promoted greatly. Details for this you can find on many locations in the website, the European Commission's website. The European Commission, by the way, is the world's largest funder of research agendas. So it's useful to learn about this, and for people who are interested, please do visit the website. The European Commission runs, and the European Union runs, a big program called Food 2030. In 10 years' time, they wish to use food as a tool to improve people's health. Now, this is a very refreshing and a very satisfying thought. But the truth is, this is how long it will take to change the course of direction. So they are preparing 10 years ahead. And this is what we have. For us in Ayurveda, this is not a big surprise for the reason that we already know, and we've heard today, that food is medicine. And from the earlier speakers, we had this comment made that we need to come towards understanding people's health through people's food. This is a very, very difficult area to touch because food, just like pharmaceutical industry, is very, very big business. And somehow we need to get there, and we will. The kind of movements that we are seeing here in Europe are even small restaurants who are holding seminars, like what we are holding. These are seminars being held in small restaurants. And this is a little restaurant in Barcelona where they talk about nutrition and health, and they call it nutrition and health conferences held in small restaurants. These are the interesting directions that are taking place in Europe. Here is another example of the forum, the policymakers and the thought leaders forum in Austria, the European Health Forum in Gastein. And the big theme for this year's event, which is later this month, is dancing with elephants. And everybody, even the policymakers and leaders, are realizing that there is a need for a new partnership in this whole space. In terms of science, this is where we are. 10 years ago, we sequenced the human genome. We now have individual genomes also available. We know about genetic diversity in these genomes. We know about enzymes and genes for alpha salivary alpha amylase that breaks down starch, like what Baswati mentioned, the rice starch and the wheat starch and the potato starch. If you look at we now know, if you look at the gene numbers in different parts of the world, if you go into a predominantly rice-eating part of the world, in Japan, individuals mostly carry about 12 to 14 copies of this gene. But if you look at people in Africa, you will find that the number of genes may be as little as 3 or 4. And somewhere here are messages for concepts like Virud Ahar. I think Laxmikant ji's, Kortikar ji's presentation pointing to different types of Virud Ahars will come out as being resolved using studies like this. Now, these are exciting times for us in biology because there's an opportunity for biologists, clinicians, physicists, computational scientists, software engineers, everybody to come together to understand this challenge of all the cell types in the human body. And from this, they hope there'll be new therapeutic approaches. And this is an example of the kind of funding that's being offered by the European community. Here you'll see the figure, about 5 million euros, to set up a whole new program to study something called organoids, which are small collections of cells that will behave and look a little bit like mini organs. And you can use these as experimental tools to understand aspects. I highlight this because there is an opportunity to interact with people like this, to understand aspects of taste. And to do large-scale studies to understand whether our appreciation of taste is correct. Now, over the years, the scientific literature in biology has grown to such a phenomenal rate that we have over 60 million studies available. This is the new Samhita, 60 million references and increasing every day, available at the National Library of Medicine in the States. And if you do a simple search for a search string called taste receptor, you will get over 7,000 references related to taste. And taste is a very important thing. We have understood taste in Ayurveda over thousands of years. Is there a dialogue going on between all these researchers here and the understanding that we have today? When we look at that body of information and see how to organize that information, are we understanding it correctly? Can we put it together? Can we make advances in terms of how we understand human physiology? The lesson that comes to me is the one given to us here in Cambridge by Sidney Brenner, the person who solved the genetic code for us. And he then went on to do so many other things after he solved the genetic code. And he gave us this principle of need for a new language. And Sidney, at his late age, he would say, you know, I've solved all these big problems. I've shown you how the genetic code is, the connection between DNA and RNA and protein. And I have shown you how small organisms like the C. elegans evolves and how the nervous system of the C. elegans evolves. C. elegans being a little nematode that he used as an experimental system. And the question he now wants to understand is, how does the egg, from the egg, how does an organism evolve? And as a deep thinking mind, a thought he left us with is that we need a new language. And we need a new language, and we need to teach this new language to biologists. And I have paraphrased this by saying not just biologists, but to also doctors. And I feel the doctors here are both doctors of modern medicine and also the Indian traditional sciences, whatever they are, Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha. They all need to understand a new language. And here is how I visualize this challenge, that we have descriptions in our old texts about how the universe came about. And on the right-hand side are similar imagery that's available in other parts of the world. And bang in the middle is what life, as far as we humans are concerned, the distillation of this life is just that DNA. And from this DNA, you get all the forms of life, and from here comes out all the knowledge that we have. Is there a way to bring all this together? And maybe this was what Sidney was pointing us to. And shown here is a collage of images, just to say how they might all be connected. I've shown here a little human embryo that is growing and the different stages that it grows through. Shown here is a wheat plant, also going through its different stages where it's going through. Our understanding of both of these are described in our ancient texts. And for Baswati's mention, here is our gomata, the cow with the hump, and the preciousness of this animal, and the myth saying that Gomata appearing here is almost one of the first things that came from this churning of the universe, this of creation. Do we have all the resources, and are we like this gentleman who has all the best resources in the world? He's trying to look over the wall to see what is available on the other side, but he quite doesn't know how to use the tools. Are we in that position? Can we learn anything more from things like Padma Purana and the Srishtikanda of Padma Purana? This is this challenge for us. Now, all that knowledge that we've had for so many millennia have been visited again and again and again by so many minds, and most recently by the second Buddha, Nagarjuna. And Nagarjuna was a great mind, and Nagarjuna gave us the Panchadasha Prakara of health, the 15 descriptors of good health. And when I look at these 15 descriptors of good health, Tadlakshanas Panchadasha Prakara, Aharagamsya, all this is being talked about today. The desire for food at the right time. For me, every word here in the English translation and in Sanskrit is pointing to that deep biology, the depth of biology that that awaits discovery. Now, we talked about the Tristamba, and we have here proper sound sleep at the proper time. These are all things that are known to us forever. Is there something we can do to find the new way ahead? For many people in the modern biology area who understand all this, this is clearly Sanskrit. For many people who only understand Sanskrit, this might look like Sanskrit on the left-hand side. There is a divide, but the divide is a divide because of some form of ignorance of either side. And out of that divide comes some difficulties in trying to bring these two systems together. Now, for those of us who know a little bit about Ayurveda, and all of you who know everything about Ayurveda, these schemes may be very, very easy to understand. For a lot of people who don't, they don't understand these kind of schematics and this kind of formulary. For instance, how do these tastes, these three tastes here, how do they bring Vata down? As little as that one question is enough to shut the minds of many of the people who should be following this logic. Whose fault is it that we are not able to explain things to people? I leave that as an open question. Now, for those who understand the Panchabhuta Siddhanta, who also understand the different gunas, the way in which you treat individuals using the gunas, is there something here that we can understand? For instance, if you take Shita Guna, the cold, is there a receptor for this somewhere in the body? And is that a way you can bring the marriage between the modern and the ancient? Shown here is a little example of where Ayurveda is today and where much of our common man's knowledge is today. I highlight this for several reasons, because this is an effort by the Times of India to provide people some understanding of the benefits of neem leaves. It's a lovely small explanation saying neem leaves can be used for producing something that is so easy to use that will help improve the health of your skin. It just takes 50 leaves and 2 liters of water, boil it until the color turns green, etc., etc. And it can be used for several other treatments. Use 100 milliliters of this on your bath water to get rid of skin infections. Now, for a lot of people who look at this thing a little more closely, you will find many embarrassing things. Number one, this is not a neem leaf, which doesn't matter because this might possibly mint leaf, which also provides certain benefits. But are we understanding these principles correctly? Do we look at it this way? Now, our skin is a storehouse of such amazing collection of cells. We have cells of all kinds just below our skin. And every one of these cells are able to communicate messages of that neem water that goes on your skin to the rest of the body. And I will come back to these chemoreceptors and the collections of receptors in the human body. Now, where is all the excitement happening? Clearly, a lot of this excitement is happening in America. This is from the University of Michigan, work being done by a professor of gastroenterology. And he is outlining so many things about how nutrients come to the taste bud and how signals from the taste bud go to different parts of the body, and how there are other signals that come from the GI tract, and how they interact, and how dysfunctional interactions in any of these things can lead to obesity, type 2 diabetes. Now, Professor Chung does not know anything about Ayurveda, but he is doing everything that is consistent with Ayurveda. And our researchers in Ayurveda don't know about Professor Chung's work, although he is doing the best work that is valuable for guiding Ayurveda research. So there are problems of this kind. And as I go through, I'll come through many more of these problems. Now, Craig Montel is he was at the Johns Hopkins for about 25, 26 years. And he was the first person who identified a channel. It was called the transient receptor potential cation channel. And Craig's work is very special. Since then, he's gone on to use so many imaginative ways to understand these taste receptors. And many of his results are phenomenal. But nobody in our community, in our Ayurveda community, know about Craig Montel or the work that he's done. Here is an example of the collection of channels that are now understood. I won't run through all of this. The details are in this lovely review paper, but I want to highlight a few of these channels. The heat from chili is sensed by one channel here, camphor and mint. Now, these are two very important ingredients that go into a Unani formulation called arka azib. It's a very, very important formulation. And we today know that arka azib might even have, so the third ingredient in arka azib is ajwain. Ajwain contains the very important chemical that is also sensed by similar receptors. The three of these together, we know today, might be a good prophylactic for COVID-19, and some studies are going on. And this is an expression of where taste receptors come to use. Now, with very detailed analysis, this is what we know about where in our skin and other parts of the body these receptors are available and how they are functioning in normal physiology. This is a very busy slide. It's got a lot of information, but it's very interesting to see how there are different receptors located in different parts, and almost every, even under the hair follicle, there are receptors here that are involved in physiology. So every time you do Abhyanga, these are all the young actors that come into play to give us good health. Now, they are also found in other parts of the body, the olfactory taste receptors, and also the photosensory receptors that we find in the back of the eye, that we are involved in so many eye-related problems, are also found in so many other locations in the body. And they are constantly working to keep us in good health. And they are all helping us not only stay in good health, but contribute in many ways to important aspects like the immune system health. There is no language yet to bring all this knowledge together. Yes, we can see them in small pieces, but there is no language that helps bring all this together. And this is where our Ayurvedic Samhitas and the knowledge in the Samhitas come together like a beautiful scaffold onto which we can hang all this knowledge. So if we go now into a few specific tastes, and I touched here on bitter taste, katu rasa. This is in terms of, again, unfortunately, this also fits into this general health, the pandemic thing that's going on. And it shows how correct we might be with understanding this bitter taste and how it might actually help with providing that kind of good health that we have. The bitter taste receptors are found almost across the entire length of your lung. And they help maintain the health of the lung. And you can see up here, as we move from the lower part of the lung, as we move up to the top, the density of these cells with cilia, the ciliated cells, increase. Now, the ciliated cells are pushing the mucus from the bottom of the cell up to the top. And the ciliated cells increase in density as we go up the lung. The ciliated cells contain bitter taste receptors, katu rasa receptors. And every time you feed your body with these bitter compounds, these cells start to move faster. They are flushing more and more mucus out of the body, and they prevent things from going deeper into the lung. So here is one example of where things are. Sweet taste receptor are also found in the pulmonary endothelium. I won't go into the details, but for those who are interested, they can look at these papers. Now, the mediators of pulmonary endothelium, this is a very important area of the human body where we are starting to see interactions with the coronavirus. And we know how the integrity of this epithelial barrier is maintained and how there are barrier disruptors and barrier enhancers. So the gap between the two cells are held together. And there are many compounds that help maintain the health of this barrier. And among them are bitter compounds. I won't go into the fine details, but these are all the players here. Now I want to highlight, before I move on, this one molecule here called occludin, which is a protein that helps provide this barrier between two cells so that things don't come into the endothelium. And occludin has within it several aspects that are activated by Siddha formulations, particularly arsenic-based formulations. There are arsenic does very interesting things to occludin. There are many lessons from Siddha formulations. The other key area are the whole epidemic that we have now of non-nutritive sweetness. This area is a very sensitive one because it goes into the food area. It is still not clear whether it compromises the sweet taste receptors in the body, but certainly there is a health impact on all of this. We talked briefly about the GI tract. We've discussed this. Several of the speakers have talked about this, the home of Jataragni. Is there anything in this space that compromises the immune system? And there is one example here from Bali Pulendaran, who's a young professor now at Stanford. And Bali shows a very interesting thing. He shows us all the protein candidates that are involved in something called the integrated stress response. Now, this is a very complex response, but it's very important for us when we talk about Bala and we talk about rich Ayurvedic concepts. And for me, this paper is very exciting because he talks about acute amino acid starvation and reduction of intestinal inflammation. Now, for most of us, this might sound a difficult collection of words to get used to. But if you think about this, this is completely consistent with what Ayurveda offers us, which is exactly what happens when you do the first Snehapana steps of Panchakarma. You are getting rid of any other food other than fats, and you're going to starve the whole system for amino acids, and in turn reduce intestinal inflammation, which in turn leads to better health as we go along. Now, I started off by saying whether we can look at some aspects of taste and taste receptors in other parts of the body. And I wanted to spend briefly a few minutes on Netra Tarpana. Netra Tarpana, for understanding a very important problem that is increasing in numbers across the world, age-related macular degeneration, AMD. And if we look at the human eye in detail, this is what we see. The retina and the capillary that sits just below the retina, and what happens when we get AMD. We get loss of this certain cells around this region, particularly around this part of the eye. It might be shown a little clearer in the next image. We get loss of a certain functioning of these epithelial cells here, the pigmented epithelial cells, which are the nutritional base for all the cone cells and the rod cells that provide vision and color vision. And when we look at this part of the eye, just particularly these cells, what we find are odorant receptors, very much like what you will find in your olfactory system. They are also located here in this part. Now, if you look at those, if you look at what these receptors that are found on these cells, the odorant receptors, and if you look at the molecules that bind to them and activate them, you will see them as breakdown products of alpha carotene. Now, are there clues here for receptor-based therapy? And is this pointing to some of the ways in which Tarpana works and heals some of these things? Maybe it does. Maybe it's pointing us to revisiting some of those papers, revisiting some of those formulations, and trying to understand how receptors and odorant taste receptors located in these key areas, how they work. Mary Christina at the University of California in Irvine is another leader in this space, and MD PhD. She works on understanding how the mitochondria within these epithelial cells work and how they age and how they lead to aspects of disease. Now, for all of us who talk about mitochondria, we look and we see if there are, for us who look at to see if there are parallels in Ayurveda, there are many concepts of the mitochondria that equate to some aspects of Agni. And I feel much of our discussions today point us to something in those directions. Now, let me quickly come back to this study and see if there is something that we can learn and something that we can understand in two ways, whether we are doing our experiments correctly, and number two, are we lacking in ways in which we are conveying the beauty of our knowledge to people who can guide us better? So I go into both those areas, and I want to quickly take a detailed look at this one paper. And the paper, the authors of the paper, you will recognize the names. Manjusha ji is now at the All-India Institute of Ayurveda in Delhi, in Sarta Vihar. And Dhiman ji, Kartar Singh ji is in Delhi too. Now, the study was done very elegantly in that it showed, took 30 patients and went through a protocol. Now, when we look at the whole protocol in a little greater detail, this is what we see, a very fascinating formulation that comes, a very ancient formulation that has a complex of very interesting plants, all of them capable of offering very interesting ingredients that can activate many receptors. And somewhere in here, you will see some simple things, draksha. You will see some very fascinating things like pipali, and also so many other fantastic drugs, and ghee, which is used, and goat milk. Now, there is so much in this formulation that can guide so many aspects of future research, but are we understanding all this correctly? And my feeling is we will understand this much better if we put it in the context of some of the modern biology tools that are coming up and that are already available from in many other parts of the world. The question asked here was whether Nasya therapy, together with just Tarpana, or Nasya therapy in advance of Tarpana, gives better effects. And the results are fascinating. They show that initial Nasya, together with, followed by Tarpana with this Triphala Aligriya, Gurita, is very useful to give greater beneficial effects. Now, for me, all of this is pointing to the benefits of triggering one receptor somewhere. So Nasya is not just putting oil down the nose, but it's a very, very sophisticated process of activating many receptors. And those receptors in turn are sending signals to other parts of the human body to prepare itself for other responses. And this is their Chikitsa Sutra that they have given for the mode of action of these drugs, which is very interesting. For people, this is not my area of work. This is for the clinicians to try and understand better. For me, what is exciting is that there is a possibility of ratifying some of the developments in modern biology with insights from Ayurveda. So, as I come towards the close of my presentation, there is a lot to be gained. Every one of these terms that is here is pointing to how we should understand Ayurvedic wisdom, but more importantly, also telling us break down these processes. We talked about proper digestion. We have to look at the cellular level. We have to go into those organs and look at it more closely to see how these things work. And maybe then we will understand why there are such different immune responses in COVID-19 patients. What we now see are three groups of people, some who do not respond, who have very severe symptoms, some who are mild symptoms, some who are very likely to recover from the symptoms that they show. And Vermaji's presentation was very exciting because he actually classifies patients into these different types, but there is no crosstalk that's going on. And I feel that crosstalk must happen. And that crosstalk must happen also with other institutes, for instance, institutes like the Broad Institute in America, to see if we can enrich their dialogues as we go along. Many of these taste receptors, now we know, are also found in the gastric unit and in different cell types here. And when things go wrong, it gives rise to gastric cancers. Are we able to understand some of these using the logic of Ayurveda? I feel there are lots of opportunities that are waiting to be understood. Now, without this lack of dialogue, where will each group tend towards? And I show you an example of our the work being done in London at the Imperial College, great house of learning, and in their food and nutrition area. What you find is a dialogue that is happening there, which is too myopic. This is like the frog in the well kind of dialogue that's going on there. They are still not able to see the bigger picture of what can be gained if they have a productive dialogue with a community like the Ayurveda community. They talk about precision medicine, they talk about clinical practice, but they don't seem to see the power they can have if they enable a dialogue. The all-party parliamentary group is hoping to break these kind of log jams that are going on. And we hope we will make success. But what is important is that the other group, the Ayurveda community, is prepared to dialogue with these people in the area of taste, or in the area of fine analysis, or in trying to explain complex Chikitsa Sutras and the kind of logic that is there, like the formulation that was given to us by Dhimanji and his team about the Grida and the ingredients that are used, the Rasapanchaka of each of those ingredients, and trying to bring out those elements so that good dialogue can happen. What are the other areas where the dialogue is going on? This is one example, our planet, our health. This is a big dialogue that's going on across the world, and it's not being held back even by this ongoing COVID crisis. In fact, the COVID crisis is making this dialogue firmer. And it's very, very clear that if we don't have healthy soils, and if we don't know how to make sattva ahar, we will never arrive at health and good health. And the health of our planet is a reflection of people's health and vice versa. It's a very strange thing. The more unhealthy we are, the less time we have to think about what is good for the planet and good for everything that's around us. Sustainable development goals we talked about earlier. This is also starting to find a lot of mileage in many policy-making corridors. Planetary health equates to human health. All of this is described in many of our texts, particularly the Unani text talks about these Zaruriya, and it's one of the best explanation in modern times of keeping air and water and food free from pollution and pathogens. But somehow we are not being loud enough to connect with the dialogues that are going on. I hope corrections will be made. I hope corrections will be made in future dialogues. I hope the government's Ministry of External Affairs is prepared to go into these areas with energy and with initiatives for the future. Where is India going? Certain nice areas, Nagpur began area, organic agriculture. There is a lot of work that's going on, and it's very, very clear that Ayush Prism is the correct way to look at human health. What is needed then to help bring all this together are more young minds who are studying right now in Ayurveda colleges around India. They all need to be retuned in the way their passions need to flow. And for this, we need a little more money. So this is also a call for more funding in the Ministry of Ayush, so that this funding can be reallocated to colleges to inspire young students. I put this number here, the current union budget for 2021. The amount of funding allocated for the Ministry of Ayush is a very small amount, maybe big in terms of Indian figures, but it's only $268 million, which is about a tenth of what Novo Nordisk research and development budget for 2015-16. These are corrections that should take place. I hope meetings like this will help enable these corrections. What are the other exciting areas where things happen? This is a collection of mechanoreceptors, which are very similar to the taste receptors that we talk about in some way. There is a connection between all of these receptors and lessons to be had from yoga. So when we do very simple asanas or very simple pranayama, how does it benefit health? The logic might be very similar to what we see in the chemoreceptors, the photoreceptors, the pain receptors, etc. Are discussions going on in other parts in India amongst people? Yes, I'm happy to report that there is a dialogue that's going on. And this was outcome of one of our meetings last year. We need to have many more of this, but this was late January last year, Indo-European workshop on next generation physiology for health style, held at the Department of Physiology of All India Institute of Medical Science. A request for Sanjay ji and others here is that we need to dialogue with these people. We need to dialogue with these key institutions. What I find sometimes very disappointing is that we have the All India Institute of Ayurveda not maybe about 10, 15 kilometers or less from the All India Institute of Medical Science, but there is no dialogue between these two institutions. And we not only need to have dialogue between these key institutions, but we must also get young people into these dialogues. From the European perspective, these things are happening. We are already teaching students in Austria Ayurveda. The European Ayurveda Association connects with many institutions across Europe. Europe currently has 4 AYUSH chairs. And there is much more that can be done. Big activity in France. This is a team at in France, the French National Institute for Medical Research, Health and Medical Research, who have provided us now evidence of fats as a taste, and very exciting work, how fat provides signal similar to what other tastes do. Now, I finish off with a few simple questions. How is all this knowledge possible? It's been with us for a long time, and it's been with us, it's been used to varying degrees of success across the country. We have to improve the efficiency of the use of this knowledge. But this is very interesting, that the origins of Ayurveda are fascinating for their simplicity. There is nothing complex about this system. That our most routine and everyday experiences will point us to this Ayurvedic knowledge. So simple things like what Baswati talks about, dinacharya, is distilling everything that is all about Ayurveda. There are many layers of this knowledge. Dinacharya, ritucharya are all pointing to how simple things that happen around us every day is giving us insights into Ayurvedic knowledge. Now, I'm also hoping that the University Grants Commission will start help dialogues of the kind that we need. Bhushanji is here, Bhushan Patwardhanji, located also at the University of Pune. I hope we can come together into large, formidable groups that start asking these kind of questions about systems Ayurveda, asking what is swasthya, and understanding these principles of Ayurveda. Ayurvedic knowledge tells us that every individual is unique, the concept of prakriti, and that we are just processes. There is just a collection, just like the universe, all of the human body is eternally dynamic, and these dynamic processes go on constantly. And every one of those concepts that we have of dhatus and shrotas and deha paramanus, everything is based, the permanence that we see comes out of eternal dynamism. And when we talk about eternal dynamism, Ayurveda is also saying move towards a non-existent self and see if we can understand some of the deeper principles, like the subtle shrotas. Now, I borrowed these figures to point to those areas of understanding in yoga that help us understand many aspects of Ayurveda. And most of all, not to forget our tattvas. Without tattvas, we are lost. We will never be able to understand this large body of knowledge. And particularly important among these tattvas are Sankhya, Vaisheshika, Nyaya, and Yoga. And if you get a grip of these 4 darshanas, then you have a very good understanding of how to not only tackle the best of Ayurvedic knowledge, which is many, many thousands of years old, but also how to help integrate this with modern knowledge. Now, I finish off with a little bit of advertisement. All of these things will be discussed next year. Many of these aspects will be presented as posters and research papers at the European Congress for Integrative Medicine. I hope groups like us will come together more frequently to bring out key areas that will go into conferences like this, and another conference in June in Prague, the World Health Congress 2020 in Prague, where we will discuss many of these things. With those words, I draw my talk to a close. Thank you so much for having me here with you people. I hope I could convey a little bit about the beauty and elegance that is there in Ayurveda, and the beauty and elegance that is there in as little as one aspect of the many aspects of Ayurveda that I talked about, the aspect of taste and the aspect of how it links with health and disease, and how there is already a lot of work going on in many parts of the world, which we should learn to connect with. And some of the problems that we have in this space, particularly training young people, and how people like Sanjay ji and all of us, Joshi ji, must help enable these discussions in Uttarakhand, in Maharashtra, in Kerala. We can to come together to form a strong force to press the policymakers again and again and again to provide more substantial funding for even activities like this. This is all work from just the two of you. It's a lot of work, and there is no funding for this. But we must make our voices louder, bring people like Baswati ji, who connects a lot with America, bring other people from many other parts of the world to make a very loud voice that goes all the way into Parliament, into all the corridors, saying more funding here. You know, we can do so many things.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot, because it's a wonderful talk. I can make three things out of this, very essentially to be known. There can be taste receptors, not only on the tongue, but all over the body. Number one, you can think of tastes in terms of the Shodhana therapies and its action on the various parts of the body. And third thing, which is most important, that we have to learn the science as a whole. It cannot be learned in a parts. So we need to take all these things together. And the most important fact which I could understand, that there are multiple things which sir has shared are been already told by Ayurveda science thousands of years ago, and we are unable to communicate them. So if there is an integrative efforts done at every part of science and Ayurveda together, can give us a lot of insight. Their need is of one, the common language. We are missing that language of encoding, which is to be decoded. Thank you very much, sir. And we really appreciate your efforts and knowledge. Now, may I request the Koirala sir, who is the backbone of AYUSH Darpan Foundation and the face of Ayurveda in Nepal, a postgraduate from Varanasi, and has been a backbone of Ayurveda in every single respect in Nepal. And he is definitely being a backbone to all of us, and he is always supporting to us. May I request Koirala sir to sum up the entire, because you are there since the beginning of this conference till this end, and I want you to give us the take-home message of this conference along with your topic, that food and its effect on the mind. Koirala sir, please.
Namaste. I am from the mountain country. At this moment, it is around 9:42 in Nepali time. In our ahead is 15 minutes then. And as I live over here, mountain is always an aspirant for the seekers and for the highest knowledge since the Vedic time. I always say that the center of the whole human civilization is the Tibet, Kailasa, which the language has been changed. It was a Tribistapa at the beginning, which is the capital of Indra. Because there are a lot of scientists, I like just to say something about this. And from the Tribistapa, this knowledge has come into the three stream, which is called the one of the stream is the Rishi Parampara. Another stream is the Bana, those who were living close to the forest, that Parampara. And some of the people, they were living only in the rural caste as Indra clan. They were with that Parampara. That's why food has been such a interesting is that, because many of the aspect has been taught. But what are the basic thing, as the Madanaji and many other speakers try to investigate deeper into the cellular level? The question is that what Ayurveda says is that life is not a static phenomenon, it's ongoing, ever changing. In the changing, there is a ever transformation. And in the transformation, there is a ever cohesiveness. And these three is the Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. A lot of our scholars are having a difficulty to understand Vata is a substrate, substance, or a subjective expression. There is a lot of confusion goes about this. And the question is that when the energy confined into a certain pattern, this seems to be expression as a guna, as a substance. But Vata, Pitta, Kapha are the phenomenon. Understanding this phenomenon, how the transformation of the food receptors, as you told, every receptors goes into the evolutionary process. That's why Ayurveda, normally in our graduation time, in our post-graduation, or most of the text, they define that evolution is a linear pattern. My dear friends, evolution is not a linear pattern. It is constantly a circular pattern. That's why we never die, we transform. That transformation happens with the Pitta. Pitta receptors, Pitta phenomenon. That's why what happens is that a small, because one of the major cause of disease or major cause of information is the Indriyas. Indriyas are the major tools or the breeze to get the information up to the mind and mind to the pragya. And there has been a lot of struggle into the Indian universities, because I have been for 10 years nearly in the university in India. That's why there is a lot of confusion about the Panchatan Matras, Panchaka. This has not been very well narrated. Neither this is like if we eat, it ultimately goes into the receptor, as you mentioned, furthermore into the electric phenomenon, furthermore goes to the deeper consciousness level. What is required is the hosha, means awareness. Every step is a meditative. Every step is the mind and beyond mind. And this whole process has been very well defined in Ayurveda, very well defined in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Patanjali Yoga Sutras, how the event of the material or objective goes into the subjective phenomenal, and where it goes beyond the perceptual explanation and goes to the beyond to the evolutionary origin, which is normally we talk into the because our theory of evolution in the Ayurvedic or the Kannada or the Sankhya principles. That's why I do not want to take much time here, because many years has been nearly 44 years when I in the beginning I was a Western medical student, then I left to medicine and I came to Ayurveda. Many years this has been quite difficult. Just like to give you a very simple example, I do not want to take much time. One food which is mixed with the herbs, juices of the herbs, semicarpus, like one very poisonous fruit, and that grain will be mixed with the soil, and the grain will be show over there, and the sprouts will come, and that sprouts will be used as a medicine. That much deeper level of consciousness after transferring the energy into that level is there. Is there we can find people? Is there we can find such a wonderful explanation, especially to you from the Western background of the knowledge. That's why we Ayurvedic people, there are much more knowledgeable people than me. But we are still very, very young to learn it. But another thing is that very interesting. Another interesting thing is that when we do the lot of time, we put the resonance of the vibration into the water, and how the water transforms into the better element or the quality, and how the Japanese scientists, they work on it, because I have been to 30 different countries last 27 years. And here the people come from 122 countries to get healed over here in the mountain. And when I was with a Japanese scientist in the early 90s, 95, mid 95, I was there for 7 years, going and coming. We are talking about how the water can be enriched with the clay. When the clay is roasted, very, very hot, and put into the water 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. These are so many different things. And I'm very happy that you, as a Western scientist, have come over here. My colleagues in India, this forum, they are somehow Sanjay ji and Naveen ji, we have been a very close friend in this time, because of course Naveen ji knows me before. The question is that diet itself is such a mental work. When the mind is not focused, then food is no use. The indriyas doesn't work, and when the mind is focused, the awareness is there. When the mind takes this information, then it transfers into the intellect and transfers into the consciousness level. That's why we are every moment into the consciousness evolution process. That's why Ayurveda says that disease, health and disease is not a separate entity. These are continuum. Continuum, health and disease is a continuum. In the continuum, there are 6 interventional steps, 6 disease progression steps, and 6 interventional steps. And those steps has been very well classified, and diet is the major pillar of all this. Different continent, different climate, like we sometimes, what we say, do not eat loaf or bread, but we do not know how many types of bread in Europe. We do not know how many types of cheese are in Europe or in Australia. And those people do not know how many types of things are over here. Now this has been global network has been a one family, but only the problem is that some of the radical scientists that will remain all the history, all the time, as a orthodox tunnel vision scientists do not want to open up here. And that's why what has happened is that we need a very, very supportive knowledge sharing with like you people, those who live in Europe and America, and those who are the newer scientists coming into the India, and young Ayurvedic scholars and physiologists and scientists to look about colors, to look about perceptions, to look about indriyas and para indriyas, means going beyond the indriyas and going beyond the mind. All these sequences, there has been a very, very well put up theories are there. But of course, we need to put for the routine and living what I eat into the dinner, what I live, how I live is the health and is the life. That's why I do not want to take much time. I have taken already. So today I did not want to show my PowerPoint because it has been late for other friends. So I like that it is the beginning of our journey together. Let us be together. Let us go into the Sahana Bhavatu, Sahanau Vanaktu, Shahabiryam Karavavahe, Tejashwina Vaditamastu, Ma Viddushabhahe. Thank you very much, and Namana, Shraddha to everybody. And thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. But we'll definitely are missing your set of knowledge, and I request Naveen sir to organize Koirala sir's understanding about food and mind separately, at least for an webinar where we all can really learn from him and his thought process, which is very fortunately from the land of Kailasa. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. May I take this opportunity to request our co-host, Dr. Shilpa Yerame, to provide a vote of thanks before Naveen Joshi, sir, conclude the session. Shilpa Yerame, please unmute yourself. Please unmute. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you, Koirala sir. It's a very beautiful concept, color of food and our mind. It's going to be a very wonderful session. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramakrishna Shah, to be with us. Ayush Darpan Foundation, Dr. Sanjay sir, Dr. Naveen sir, our very eminent speaker. I never attended such elaborative session. Very much distinguished speakers are there. Dr. Anupama madam, Dr. Sadhana madam, Dr. Kulkarni sir, Harish sir, Dr. Bhaswati Bhattacharya madam, Dr. Patankar madam, Dr. Madan sir, Dr. Koirala sir, all the speakers, they have given view about the food and the Ayurveda concept. So thank you very much for the presence and your knowledgeful session. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you very much.
Naveen sir, up to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Chhajed sir and Dr. Shilpa Yerame ji. I'm very much thankful to Madan Thangabelu ji, Vaspit Bhattacharya ji, Dr. R. Koirala ji, all the speakers. Actually, this is a very short, the planning was of the very short session, but due to the brilliant lectures and a lot of good response on the Facebook as well as in YouTube, we have postponed the next program which we schedule on this platform. And I think that it's more than 5 hours, Dr. Sanjay Chhajed, I hope. Yeah, from 4:45 to 10 o'clock, I think here on 9:45. So it's brilliantly, and still we think that Dr. Koirala sir's needed more time. His knowledge must be explored. So I'm very much thankful, and Ayush Darpan platform is always with all of you. So in future also we make any type of such programs in the food or any type of this type of issues, which is a very common and common public related topic, and it is very liked by so many students and doctors. Still, I am watching that in start 100 participants are in the Zoom network, and now still they are in 13 number. You just look, and in Facebook also approximately 5,000 people watch this program, and in YouTube also. So thanks to all of you, and thank you, Dr. Sanjay Chhajed sir, for brilliantly organizing this webinar. So I'm grateful and thankful to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.